in Gwalior region as well. And looking at that flavor, in fact, Congress very interestingly had fielded Praveen Pathak, a Brahmin candidate over here from Gwalior, a young candidate perhaps who can swing away the voters from the general caste as well as from the OBC category as well. But on the other side, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had been relied upon heavily on the dominance of development that the Bharatiya Janata Party had done in last few years when Shivraj Singh Chauhan was the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also campaigned in this region as well. He was recently in Morena, and there he also talked about the development that had come in the Bharatiya Janata Party government. So clearly, you know, the Congress on one side had tried to solve it. Rahul Gandhi had particularly mentioned about the caste census in his several of the rallies, that if the Congress government comes, then certainly that will be the first thing that Congress government will do. Now, how this will woo the voters of this region is something that remains to be seen.
Fascinating there, Aishwarya. Thanks very much for that. Saurav, the last word to you quickly. You know, you were saying that now the battle is heating up. In fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary made an interesting remark also that the TMC is spreading terror there. There's some poll boycott calls also. So what are some of the X factors as far as, you know, Malda, where you are, you know, is concerned?
Well, you know, one of the things I've observed in this election is that one really can't pick on one factor, because different constituencies have different factors at play. But in Malda, Murshidabad, for sure, there is a Ghoni Khan family factor. There is a Congress factor. And how much the Congress does, how many votes it polls, not only decides its own fate, but also the fate of other parties in this area. So that's one clear thing. And then, of course, the BD workers, migrant workers, their issues. These are obviously issues that are playing on the minds of the people. In fact, we've heard politicians appealing to migrant workers to come back and vote.
Saurav, thanks very much. Saurav and Aishwarya braving the heat there, getting us the latest from Gwalior and Malda. Thanks very much for that. And with that, let's now get you a wrap of all the big election stories, starting with Union Home Minister and Senior BJP leader Amit Shah holding a roadshow in Krishnanagar in West Bengal's Nadia district. The constituency will go to polls in the 4th phase on the 13th of May. The Prime Minister took on Jagan Mohan Reddy in his Andhra rally. He said the YSRCP pitched 3 capitals but couldn't make even one, the capital of Andhra Pradesh. And well, a crucial contest in Gujarat, polling in 25 Lok Sabha seats will take place tomorrow. Amit Shah, the big face in the fray. The BJP candidate from Kurukshetra, Naveen Jindal, drove a tractor with farmers at a village in the Radaur Assembly constituency of Kurukshetra. And news now from Jammu and Kashmir. Well, National Conference members have threatened to quit en masse, you know, as far as Srinagar is concerned. In fact, they claim pressure from the party high command. They say they were forced to support a Congress candidate from Leh. The National Conference members oppose the India bloc candidates. Of course, alliance differences certainly playing out there as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Various National Conference leaders threatening to quit you know, in huge in numbers. In fact, that could come as a huge setback to the National Conference if it does happen. Listen.
देखिए, हम लोगों ने जो हमें बहुत प्रेशर आया हाईकमान की तरफ से, या किसी तरह से जो है इनका यूनाइटेड कैंडिडेट है, यानी आपका जो है मिस्टर नंजाल, उनको हिमायत देने की बात कही, तो हम लोगों ने टोटली कहा कि हम लोग कर नहीं सकते, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हमने डिसीजन लिया.
And Nazir Masoodi, our senior colleague, is now joining us live. So, Nazir, this could come as a huge setback to the National Conference after the collapse of the Gupkar alliance again. So, you know, alliance differences of the India bloc playing out on the ground.
Well, now these the leadership of Kargil, Ladakh, of National Conference have formally resigned from the primary membership of the party. Party's senior most leader, Kamar Ali Akhund, who was also the General Secretary, Additional General Secretary of National Conference, has submitted resignation and said this resignation should be considered resignation of all the party functionaries from Kargil from the primary membership of the National Conference. It all started when Congress declared its official candidate as India bloc candidate from Leh, Sireng Namgyal. The leadership in the Kargil of both Congress and the National Conference, they actually revolted. They announced their own candidate, National Conference District President Haji Hanifa. So Congress leaders in Kargil also said, look, we don't accept the candidate because the Congress High Command had promised them that they would be candidate from Kargil. So there is a very old politics between Kargil and Leh, though they are now presently fighting for the statehood and the sixth schedule together. But when it comes to elections, Kargil people don't vote for the candidate from Leh, and Leh people normally don't vote for the candidate from Kargil. So it has happened in every election, but this time, since there's an India alliance, India bloc, so National Conference and Congress wanted joint candidate. So they announced a joint candidate. Congress, it was the seat went to the Congress. So Farooq Abdullah said, look, if anybody violates that, we will take action.
Right.
So the leadership in Ladakh, National Conference leadership, they said, so be it. You have called us on phone. You have used social media. You are threatening us. You are pressurizing us to support India Alliance candidate. We are not doing that. We have fielded our own candidate. He will be the joint candidate, Haji Hanifa from Kargil. So clearly a huge jolt for the National Conference as well as in Congress in Ladakh, where both the parties, the functionaries in Leh, Kargil, have announced their own candidate, rather fielded their own candidate against the official India bloc candidate.
Right, Nazir, thanks very much for joining us with that. So as Nazir says, it's a jolt to the National Conference right ahead of the polls. With that, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
I have been casting my vote from the age of 18, and I encourage everyone to cast the vote rightly, judiciously, so that we have democratic excellence in India, leading to the positive outcomes and taking us towards a Sunehra Kal and Amrit Kal, which is the need of the hour.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही.
Welcome back. In international news now, China's President Xi has lauded China's ties with France as a model for the international community as he arrived in Paris for a rare visit against a backdrop of mounting trade disputes with the European Union. Why is this visit significant? Parmeshwar Baba with the latest.
To put it in perspective for you, when Xi Jinping sits down for that state banquet with Emmanuel Macron, the flowing champagne and glittering chandeliers at his city centre residence won't be able to outshine one glaring truth, that these two emperors are geared up for serious business. Europe and China have hefty economic ties. EU-China trade is estimated at about 2.3 billion euros per day. And Xi Jinping appears determined to rebuild as well as deepen relations with the European leaders after a prolonged absence prompted by the COVID pandemic. But you see, first, the Chinese president stands accused by Western governments of helping Vladimir Putin wage war in Ukraine by supplying technology as well as equipment for the Russian military. Second, the European Union and Beijing are on the brink of a full-blown trade war. Emmanuel Macron has been pushing Brussels to get tough with China over flooding the market with cheap electric vehicles. In return, though, Xi Jinping is threatening to slap tariffs on cognac, a painful gesture that's left the French president and his homegrown liquor industry with a nasty headache. For Europe, this visit will test its delicate balancing act between China and the United States and will no doubt be seen in Washington as a none too subtle effort by Mr. Xi to divide Western allies. So amid arguments over electric cars, cognac and Ukraine, the French president's dinner with Xi Jinping may not be much fun. And in case you weren't aware, the Chinese are masters of the art of the diplomatic snub. It's hard to miss the message to Europe in Xi's decision to go on from Paris to Serbia later in the week and then on to Hungary to meet their prime minister. Both Central European countries are sympathetic to Moscow and sources of irritation to the West, especially Brussels, which Xi isn't due to visit at all. But beyond these two friends of China, there are, however, serious European differences with Beijing, whose economy was roughly the same size measured in dollars as the European Union's when the Chinese president last visited back in 2019. China's economy is now some 15% bigger.
Now our special report, Akshaya Tritiya, which is on the 10th of May this year, is considered an auspicious day, a day that brings prosperity, good luck and success. But it's also a very vulnerable time when thousands of young children are pushed into child marriage, especially across rural India. In the days leading up to Akshaya Tritiya, the Child Marriage Free India campaign, a nationwide campaign, is galvanizing women leaders and its 161 partner organizations at the grassroots level to increase their vigilance. We leave you with this report.
With just a few days to go for Akshaya Tritiya, training camps are in full swing in Palasi in Bihar. There is a critical need for training and awareness sessions like this one because child marriage remains a strongly ingrained social evil, justified in the name of centuries-old norms. For lakhs of girls across India, child marriage still remains a non-negotiable reality.
So they use different means, for instance, timing of the marriage, which at a time at an odd hour, maybe late in the night or early in the morning, or printing a card of an adult marriage and along with that also conducting the marriage of a child so that it is not publicly seen in the printing.
And this is why, in the period leading up to Akshaya Tritiya on May 10th this year, the Child Marriage Free India campaign is working very closely with civil society organizations to train the community in increased vigilance. In Palasi, the NGO Jagran Kalyan Bharati, a partner of the Child Marriage Free India campaign, is doing this through the ASHA workers, health workers deeply woven into the social fabric of the communities they serve.
आशा कार्यकर्ता जो हैं और जो फैसिलिटेटर हैं उनकी भूमिका वार्ड लेवल पे काफ़ी अधिक संख्या में रहती है और ये आशा दीदी जो हमारी हैं वो ग्रामीण जो महिलाएं हैं जो पढ़ी लिखी हैं या पढ़ी लिखी नहीं हैं, दोनों तरह के हमारे समाज में लोग हैं, तो उनको समझाने में आशा दीदी की अहम भूमिका हो सकती है, तो वो वहाँ पे जाके समझाने का प्रयास भी करेंगी। और समाज में कहीं भी
Creating awareness is only one part of the strategy to stop child marriages during Akshaya Tritiya. Recognizing its significance, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006 also has stringent provisions for this day.
The law also prescribes that on certain events like Akshaya Tritiya, where mass marriages are scheduled, In those situations, the DM assumes the power of a child marriage prohibition officer and has additional powers to stop solemnization of child marriages and take appropriate measures.
Child marriages cannot be prevented or stopped unless each one of us plays a role. It is our collective responsibility to be vigilant and alert and report any suspected case of child marriage. And that is the awareness being spread by the Child Marriage Free India campaign through their grassroots partners. If there is any sign of a child marriage being conducted around you, report it immediately. Report it to the police, the Child Marriage Prohibition Officer, the Child Welfare Committee, the District Magistrate, the Child Line number 1098. It is not only around on occasions like Akshaya Tritiya. The need to be alert and vigilant to prevent child marriages is constant. It takes a long time to shift deeply entrenched mindsets that are centuries old. But with the Child Marriage Free India campaign, working systematically through its NGO partners across the country, the aim is to reduce the current national prevalence rate of child marriage from 23.3% to 5.5% by 2030. This direct engagement and open conversations with communities ahead of occasions like Akshaya Tritiya is a much needed part of it. Only then would we be able to put an end to child marriage.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show
जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है।
The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला।
हमारी आवाज।
Youth की आवाज।
They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
36 lakh farmer families affiliated with Amul across 18,600 villages of Gujarat have pledged to vote with their families during these elections. I would also urge you to take this pledge and vote as a part of the democratic process of our country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Less than 24 hours to go for the big phase 3 of India elections 2024. 94 constituencies across 12 states to vote tomorrow. Big faces: Amit Shah, Supriya Sule, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Dimple Yadav, all in the fray. Polling begins tomorrow, 7 a.m. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi constitution jibe at the BJP. Rahul Gandhi says BJP and RSS want to finish constitution. Rahul also says this election is to save constitution. ED raids in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister hit out at opposition. 30 crore rupees seized from Jharkhand minister's aid. Amit Shah says cash recovery proves India bloc leaders are corrupt. All-out war between Prime Minister Modi and Odisha CM Naveen Patnaik. Prime Minister Modi says 4th June expiry date for the BJP government. Odisha Chief Minister hits back, says Remon. Karnataka sex tapes case, SIT scans Revanna's residence. HT Revanna files yet another bail plea. Dalit organization up the ante against HT Revanna. BSY asserts Revanna case won't impact elections. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Tomorrow at 7 a.m. when the voting begins, this will be the phase 3 for the elections 2024. And with 94 seats across 12 states which will be voting tomorrow, more than half of India would have exercised their franchise for the 18th Lok Sabha election. Campaign ended yesterday, and in the run-up, we saw fierce debate over the constitution and reservation issue dominating the political discourse. With just first two phases registering a dip in the voter turnout as compared to 2019 elections, the question remains whether the third phase will buck the trend. 94 constituencies across 12 states and union territories are scheduled to vote on Tuesday. The BJP has already won Surat in Gujarat unopposed. The remaining 25 seats in Gujarat will see electoral action tomorrow. Polling for Anantnag Rajouri seat in Jammu and Kashmir has been deferred to 25th. In Uttar Pradesh, it is high-stake battle for the Samajwadi Party and the Yadav clan. In Madhya Pradesh, it is the battle royale for Raja Digvijay Singh, Maharaja Jyotiraditya Scindia and Mama Shivraj Singh Chauhan. 14 seats in Karnataka will also see elections in the shadow of the Revanna's sex scandal. Just to get a sense of how various states are preparing for this big battle tomorrow, let me bring in my colleagues. Aishwarya Jain is joining us from Gwalior. Saurabh Gupta is in Malda, West Bengal. Ratnadeep Chaudhary is in Guwahati, Assam. Let me go one by one to each of my colleagues. And Gwalior, Guna, and just the adjoining constituency of Rajgarh is going to be the key focus, Aishwarya,
as Madhya Pradesh, certain seats in Madhya Pradesh are voting tomorrow. It is first election for Jyotiraditya Scindia on the BJP ticket. Meanwhile, Digvijay Singh is hoping to retain lost bastion.
Well, certainly, Ankit, it's 9 constituencies that will go to poll tomorrow in Madhya Pradesh. Northern part of Madhya Pradesh will be casting its vote. Certainly, it would be a tough battle out of 5 regions in Madhya Pradesh. If we talk specifically about Gwalior-Chambal region, which consists of Gwalior, Morena, Bhind and a part of Guna as well, where Jyotiraditya Scindia would be contesting from Bharatiya Janata Party for the very first time. Remember, it was in 2022 when Jyotiraditya Scindia along with 22 MLAs joined the Bharatiya Janata Party from Congress, and the government also synced over here. Therefore, the reason perhaps in last 2 to 3 months we have seen intense campaigning by Jyotiraditya Scindia in Guna region along with his son and his wife as well. On the other side, it is Morena, which is the OBC-dominated constituency. In fact, we have seen Rahul Gandhi to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister himself campaigning in Morena, and there was a lot of talks about caste census over there. Rahul Gandhi clearly had stated about bringing the social justice through caste census, and also spoke about Agniveer scheme over there. Narendra Singh Tomar, the
Aishwarya, I beg your
Union
pardon, just stay on with me. In fact, just hold on for a second. We're getting some breaking news at this moment, and this is a big news which is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The troubles for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal can mount from here. The Lieutenant Governor has recommended a National Investigation Agency probe, an NIA probe, against Arvind Kejriwal. The LG has these allegations, which were in fact made by certain individuals and political parties ahead of the Punjab elections, which happened in 2021. The Lieutenant Governor has in fact now gone ahead and recommended the probe by the National Investigation Agency. The allegations were that the Aam Aadmi Party received political funding from Khalistani groups. Now, a complaint was in fact sent to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, alleging Aam Aadmi Party got $16 million in campaign funding. Now, this becomes a very, very serious charge, and also a fresh, in fact, chapter, a fresh round as far as the battle between the Lieutenant Governor and, of course, the government of Delhi is concerned, with the Aam Aadmi Party now facing serious trouble with this NIA probe recommendation. Let me bring in our Managing Editor, Nikunj Garg, who is joining us with more details on this. Nikunj, NIA probe against a sitting Chief Minister. This A is unprecedented. B, these are serious charges.
Well, these are dramatic developments indeed, Ankit. This comes just hours ahead of a Supreme Court hearing, which is supposed to conclude tomorrow, in which it was earlier opined by the bench that they may consider giving an interim bail to Mr. Kejriwal due to the fact that ongoing poll process for the Lok Sabha election 2024 is on. Slightly ahead of that, hours ahead of that, actually, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. Saxena, has written to the Ministry of Home Affairs that he recommends from his side a National Investigation Agency probe. And unlike the Central Bureau of Investigation probe, where the state concurrence is required, I do not think that any kind of further concurrence is required. So a NIA probe against Mr. Kejriwal is now supposedly a done deal, because in the CBI probe matter recommendations, there is an additional layer of approvals that is required from the Department of Personnel and the Ministry of Home Affairs in case of Delhi. But in this case, it would not be required. So these are dramatic developments, unprecedented, the developments here. Never before in the history of this country, history of independent India, this has happened, that an NIA probe has been recommended against the sitting Chief Minister, and that's the sitting Chief Minister of the national capital. So from the sheer fury of the sheer scale of the developments, this is, as I said, epoch making. This is fortunately, history being made here. And whether or not the NIA probe yields anything or not, but to begin with, there's a fact that it has been recommended. There's a pen drive that has appended to the complaint. The Lieutenant Governor cites his That's why he's recommending a left probe against the sitting chief minister, or that to an NIA probe. This quite clearly is dramatic development.
National Investigation Agency, goes across the country and is seen as an agency which investigates anti-terror or anti-India activities. But Nikunj, very quickly, what does this mean for the Chief Minister now? A recommendation has been sent. NIA starts investigation. Does this mean that they will register or, under some stringent sections like the NSA on Mr. Arvind Kejriwal?
Well, not necessarily. They are not necessarily the custodian of the National Security Act, but certainly they are the custodians of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is UAPA, and which in itself is quite a stringent act. Many dub it as onion. The fact of the matter is that if they register a case, they will have to register a case under the sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is obviously the country's omnibus overarching anti-terror act currently in force. So therefore, the sections quite clearly are not going to be, to begin with, in the probe mild. And obviously, whether those allegations stick or the probe finds something in those, something meritorious in those allegations is something completely different. But as of now, as I said, these are dramatic developments, unprecedented in the history of independent India. The sitting chief minister now going to face the probe from the National Investigation Agency, Anti-Terror Agency of National Anti-Terror Agency, as recommended by the Lieutenant Governor of the country. And that too all in the midst of the whole season.
Remember, these allegations had surfaced during Arvind Kejriwal's campaign in Punjab when they were seeking in 2022, in fact, election in Punjab. There were allegations that were made, in fact, also backed by certain leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, saying that this should be investigated. The funding for the Aam Aadmi Party in these elections should be investigated. Very quickly, Ishika, my colleague, is also joining us. Ishika, has there been a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party on this at this moment?
Well, not yet, certainly, but, we are still waiting for a response from the Aam Aadmi Party over this, because certainly it is a very dramatic development with Lieutenant Governor now approving the NIA, in fact, probe over this issue, over the allegations that the Aam Aadmi Party received $16 million, from a banned Sikh group. So certainly, now after this big development, we are yet to wait, for a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party. But the opposition now continues to attack, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that these charges were already there. They had, in fact, already said that, this is what is happening with the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and in Punjab. And now with this, coming to light with the investigation, when it starts, more and more evidences will now come out in the public. So certainly now we are, in fact, waiting for the Aam Aadmi Party's official response over this. Over to you.
Right. So no response at this moment from the Aam Aadmi Party officially, because this news just coming in at this moment. And this is only spelling trouble for the Chief Minister of Delhi, who is already in custody at this moment, fighting to come out of the prison. There is a Supreme Court hearing going on as far as the Enforcement Directorate's custody is concerned of Arvind Kejriwal. Huda Zariwala, Aam Aadmi Party supporter, is with us at this moment. Ms. Zariwala, very, very serious charge, and now NIA investigation has been recommended by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi.
Yes, absolutely. This is extremely serious, and more than anything, this is extremely laughable, to be honest, because this is the BJP stooping the lowest at the time of this Lok Sabha election. I mean, clearly they cannot digest the fact that the Supreme Court is ready to grant bail to the Chief Minister of Delhi. Obviously, the BJP has nothing else to prove against the Aam Aadmi Party. The money trail or the charges against the Aam Aadmi Party by the ED are not being established. I mean, it's been over a year where they've put multiple leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party behind bars since they're not able to prove anything. I mean, this is what they come up with, funding from the Khalistani, all sorts of NIA charges. I mean, what is the BJP even trying to do at this point in time? Why is it that the BJP cannot digest the fact that there is absolutely no dirt on the Aam Aadmi Party that
But that has to be proven in the court. I mean, you are saying that this has been orchestrated by the BJP, but the fact remains that these allegations were made against the Aam Aadmi Party when the Punjab elections were going on. If the allegations are serious, shouldn't there be a probe?
If the allegations are serious, by all means, let there be a committee that, checks into these charges. Let there be a probe. Let the charges be proven against the Aam Aadmi Party. Punjab elections happened way before. There's a significant time that has, kind of gone by after the elections. If there was any truth to these charges, don't you think the BJP by now would have dug in deep into it and found evidences against the Aam Aadmi Party? Don't you think they would have had the agencies behind the Aam Aadmi Party trying to prove these allegations? So at this point, these are mere allegations. Even the court of law says that a person is innocent until proven guilty. They may well get...
but the court doesn't say, man, that there shouldn't be any investigation. So why cry foul if the investigation is going on?
So by all means, let there be an investigation. The Aam Aadmi Party is certainly not afraid of the investigation. Even if the Aam Aadmi wanted to nullify these charges and speak nothing against them, knowing that these are fake allegations, the BJP government is still going to go ahead and try to prove these charges. So by all means, let them do it.
Okay, stay on with me, Ms. Zariwala. Shazia Elmi, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, is with us at this moment. Shazia, very, very serious charge. And another investigation now, being opened against or recommended against the Delhi Chief Minister. Already the Aam Aadmi Party is saying this is absurd and political vendetta.
So first of all, I'd like to say that these charges do not surprise me at all. The fact of the matter is that they have been hobnobbing. That is, Aam Aadmi Party, not just Kejriwal, but his other colleagues have been hobnobbing with Khalistan sympathizers and people related to that cause. And here there is a serious charge, and on the basis of which LG has recommended an NIA probe. And it is about receiving political funding from Sikhs for Justice. We all know about Sikhs for Justice and its antecedents. So if there is any relation between the two, it has to be looked into. And now if there is funding of a political party which amounts to a whole lot of money, we're looking at millions of dollars, and from an organization or an outfit which is actually banned in India, that is Sikhs for Justice. And that electronic devices addicted by the complaint requires investigation. So I think it's a very serious matter. And I just want to tell you that a former Aam Aadmi Party worker, Manish Kumar Raizada, was a very dear colleague, and he was also very and he handled and was a very loyal, worker, supporter of the cause. He handled all the work in Chicago, and from Chicago, he practically gave up and he came down. So if the complaint has come from him, along with Ashu Mongia, I think it has to be looked into, because this can't
Shazia, we are getting some reaction of Mr. Saurabh Bhardwaj, minister in the government of Delhi, and he says that LG is acting like an agent of the BJP.
No, I think we all have to be agents of India at the end of the day. Whether we are in this party or that party, we are public officers or not. If there are serious charges of terror funding coming to a party, an outfit which is actually banned, and if there is some kind of connection between the two, there should be action. Why LG? Each and every one of us, we are agents of India, aren't we? We are not agents. We are not Khalistani agents. So we have to speak up and take this, investigation.
The Aam Aadmi Party is also raising questions at a time when the Supreme Court is hearing the petition. Last time it said that it may even consider a bail as far as Mr. Kejriwal is concerned. They are questioning the timing. They believe that Mr. Kejriwal possibly could have come out of the prison, and that is why another political controversy is being, in fact, orchestrated against him.
Whatever the Supreme Court does is something I don't want to get into, and no one else should either. And that is only speculation that he was to get, and Supreme Court has said very clearly that he may or he may not get. It will be considered. The fact of the matter is, with Satyendra Jain and Manish Sisodia are concerned, it has been denied. Bail has been denied to them not once but many times over. Even the last time Manish Sisodia tried, which was just a few days back, he was denied that. In fact, the Supreme Court has been very tough and on Kejriwal and his lawyer, and has asked for specific answers and also said as to why he was avoiding the summons. And just the mere fact that he wants to contest elections or wants to campaign for elections is not a good enough reason for him to be there.
Ms. Ilmi, before I let you go, I just want to ask you one more question. Do you think that it is going to have an impact on the elections, specifically in Delhi, 25th of May, when Delhi, in fact, decides on the 7 Lok Sabha seats? Aam Aadmi Party is already saying that it is vendetta as far as his enforcement directorate allegations and his arrest is concerned. Do you think it will have an impact?
I think it will definitely have an impact both in Delhi and in Punjab, where Congress Party and Aam Aadmi Party are, fighting with each other. And I think this entire connection with Sikhs for Justice, an outfit which is known for its anti-India activities, if the connection comes through, obviously it will adversely impact the prospects of Aam Aadmi Party in both the states.
Ma'am, thank you for joining us with all those details. Ms. Zariwala, I just would request a response from you on what Shazia Ilmi is saying. It is going to have an impact not only in the 7 seats of Delhi, but in Punjab as well. She is saying that these are serious allegations made by somebody who used to work with the Aam Aadmi Party. The onus is on the Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal to explain.
Well, for once, I'm actually going to agree with Shazia Ilmi that yes, it is going to have an impact, but only in a positive way. The public, the people of India know that these allegations are far from true. They are going to go in heavy numbers, vote against the BJP, vote for India, and by that I mean vote for the India bloc that is contesting, against the BJP in its full force and full glory. People of Punjab, people of Delhi, in fact, people all over India are aware that these allegations will not hold true in court. These kind of allegations have been made before. For the Aam Aadmi Party, nothing has yet been proven. Saurabh Bharadwaj ji has rightly said that the LG is in fact acting like an agent of the BJP. The entire central agencies, be it the ED, the CBI, also somehow end up acting like agents of the BJP. But then there's always the highest court of honor, the Supreme Court, that is still remaining. We have full faith in the justice of the Supreme Court. We have full faith in the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Janta obviously is being, is not going to be swayed away by these fake allegations.
Let's leave it for the, common people, for the Aam Janta, for the voters to decide which argument, whether it is vendetta or is it serious allegations that the Aam Aadmi Party must face and answer to the people when they vote and decide on the 25th for the 7 seats of Delhi. Huda Zariwala, thank you for joining me. Ishika, my colleague, continues to be with me. Ishika, the BJP, of course, is going to be on the offensive. What has been their response to this?
Well, yes, BJP in fact is attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, and in fact Arvind Kejriwal saying that in fact this shows that what Aam Aadmi Party government in both Delhi and Punjab has done. In fact, they also go on to say that these charges, in fact, they had pointed it out even in 2022, but now with the LG recommending the NIA probe, more and more evidence will come to surface and will come in front of the public. Now, meanwhile, let me also tell you that Aam Aadmi Party's senior leader Saurabh Bharadwaj has in fact reacted. So it's the first official reaction we are getting from the Aam Aadmi Party, and the Aam Aadmi Party continues to claim that this is nothing but a conspiracy that is being done on the behest of the BJP. They also go on to allege that the Lieutenant Governor is only working on the directions of the BJP, and BJP is scared of its defeat in the 7 Lok Sabha seats in Delhi, and that is why they are doing this conspiracy. So first official reaction also has come from the Aam Aadmi Party, but the opposition, that is the BJP, they continue to attack the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. But certainly the trouble also continues to brew for the Aam Aadmi Party, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how the situation pans out in the coming days. Over to you.
Just to recap for our viewers, what we are learning at this moment is that the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has recommended the National Investigation Agency to probe allegations against Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party for allegedly receiving funds to the tune of $16 million from a Khalistani organization which is Sikhs for Justice. This is what we are learning from the Lieutenant Governor's office. Nikunj Garg continues to be with us. Nikunj, I just wanted to understand from you at this moment, for the benefit of our viewers, what is this organization, Sikh for Justice, which is now being, in fact, named as the organization which purportedly gave $16 million to the Aam Aadmi Party? It's a banned organization in India.
Well, yes. Ankit, there are two parts to this organization, so to say. One part is that currently when I speak, and in the last few years, this organization, from the propaganda point of view, has been driving the entire momentum for the radical Sikh movement of any sort. So the entire Khalistani propaganda is being driven by SFJ and its principal proponent, Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. So in terms of the publicity and the propaganda material, in terms of in capturing the mind space, this organization is the enemy number one currently of the Indian state and the Indian law enforcement agencies. As far as Khalistani Sikh, let me not call it Sikh radicalism, it's actually Khalistani separatist movement backed by some Pakistani elements and some of their other backers abroad. In terms of its actual ground presence, as I said, there are two parts of the story of Sikhs for Justice. In terms of its actual ground presence, they have not been able to achieve much. There is not much that they have been able to do on the ground. However, in certain instances, quoted by the law enforcement agencies in India, violence has indeed taken place on their instigation. In certain cases, they have also made available the wherewithal to the individuals who were sort of willing recruits to the cause of SFJ. But any large-scale violence or any large-scale anti-India violence, they haven't been able to instigate, thankfully, because of the good sense that prevailed in the large Sikh community. However, outside India, again, they have threatened our diplomats regularly. They have cast a large shadow of, I would say, fear in the minds of the Indian diaspora, particularly in places like Canada and in places like the United Kingdom. So this is certainly not a benign organization as far as the claims of Gurpatwant Singh Pannu and the organization are concerned. This organization has certainly created a fear psychosis of a very large level, even if they have not been able to convert it into real violence on the ground, in India at least. But as I said, they have threatened our diplomats regularly. They have put money to their heads. They have announced rewards for the murder of our members of our diaspora, larger Indian community. And therefore, in terms of lethality, in terms of the occupying the mind space and propaganda space, I would say this is India's enemy number one as far as public perception or the public imagination is concerned currently, apropos the Khalistani terrorism.
Nikunj, also, do you see this having an impact, on the ongoing fate of Mr. Kejriwal with respect to possibly his bail application or what is going on in the Supreme Court? If the NIA does decide to take on this case, does it also become, in some sense, a strong point for the ED to also present in the court?
I would say that particular case probably may not have a direct bearing. But if the state does decide to impede the fact that there is a fresh probe that the Lieutenant Governor has ordered against Mr. Kejriwal, which is also of an extremely serious nature, and therefore him coming out of the bail at this stage probably would not be the most appropriate thing, then for sure this can have a bearing. However, let's be mindful of the fact that limits itself to the Enforcement Directorate's case. Absolutely. And Supreme Court is seized only of that at this stage.
Absolutely, but that does in fact open the possibility of Mr. Kejriwal being either questioned, in future, or even being taken in custody by the NIA if they do in fact start this investigation, which has been recommended by the LG. Nikunj, thank you for joining us with all those details. I'm also being joined at this moment by Mr. Ashwini Dubey. He's a lawyer in the Supreme Court. Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP, Uttar Pradesh Police, is also with us at this moment. Gentlemen, thank you for speaking to us. Mr. Dubey, let me put that question to you. This is a very serious charge. NIA is going to take over this case. Investigation may start against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. How does this impact what is already going on as far as his case in the Supreme Court is concerned against the Enforcement Directorate? Will it have any bearing at all?
No, of course, not direct bearing. But indirect bearing is there because when the court considers the bail application of any person or any accused, the court must look into that what are the other allegations of the criminal antecedents against the person concerned, number one. Number two, the allegations have been leveled by a constitutional authority here, not any individual or private person. When the Lieutenant Governor, having a constitutional authority, files a complaint saying that Delhi government has recommended to the president to release the Professor Bhullar, one, and two, the $16 million have been taken, allegedly have been taken, and has been confirmed by banned terrorist organization chief Guru Patwant Singh Pannu. And third, then the photographs or videos have been released. Those videos have been released with the extremist organization's heads. These are the allegations which are related to the national security of the country. What has happened, what the Enforcement Directorate is now investigating is the alleged corruption. Here, another allegation which is directly having bearing on the national interest, the sovereignty of the country, that a chief minister who is holding the constitutional post has allegedly supported a banned terrorist organization. So, of course, these are the arguments which will be raised. But how much court will look into it? That depends on the wisdom of the court. But when, as a lawyer, we appear in the court, then we mention in our bail applications, these are the criminal antecedents which are pending against us. So far as in this case, as of now, the FIR has not been registered. Okay. Only the investigation has been recommended. So that will be on the wisdom of the court. Let's see what happens. But the allegations are very, very, very serious in nature and very huge.
Sir, may I request you to stay on with me? Mr. Vikram Singh, sir, let me ask you this. This possibly is one of the most unprecedented news break that we are getting. NIA probe has been ordered against a sitting chief minister. How do you see this, and how, just for the benefit of our viewers, if you could also throw some light on these extremist Khalistani elements, the SFJ, which in fact is now one of the key, part of the investigation. The allegation is that they gave $16 million for the funding of the Aam Aadmi Party in the elections of Punjab.
Very serious allegations, and no other than the constitutional authority of the Lieutenant Governor has recommended the NIA probe, and rightfully so. The nation needs to know what is the connection between Sikhs for Justice, a banned organization, and a proclaimed terrorist of the NIA, Guru Patwant Singh Pannu. Under these circumstances, Mr. Kejriwal has a long way to go to come out clean, because the allegations are so serious, and his bail application also would be shrouded and clouded and impacted by this development, because the antecedent of the person who is applying for bail, his criminality and his propensity to do even more damage. I think the judges in their wisdom will take a view in totality rather than just the bail application. Under these circumstances, such serious allegations, taking note of by His Excellency the Lieutenant Governor and ordering an NIA probe, I think this is the right step in the right direction, and the NIA would do very well to put it in the fast-forward mode and also ensure that all financial trails, the evidence that are available, are incorporated, appropriate legal opinion taken, and then prosecute them in a fast-track court.
Sir, may I request you to stay on with me? Let's just play out this reaction which is coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party at this moment. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP has spoken on this. Listen in.
गुरु पतवंत सिंह पन्नू द्वारा $16 मिलियन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनके साथियों को देने का जो सनसनीखेज खुलासा पिछले दिनों में किया गया, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने हमने इतने पैसे उनको दिए, इसकी वजह में उन्होंने कहा था कि वो प्रोफेसर भुल्लर को और बाकी लोगों को छोड़ेंगे, और यह भी कहा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हमारे साथियों के घरों में पंजाब में जाकर रुकते रहे। गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू जो कि हमेशा ही भारत के खिलाफ आतंक की माहौल बनाते हैं, भारत के कभी एयरलाइन एयर इंडिया को उड़ाने की बात करते हैं, कभी भारत के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यक्रम के अंदर उड़ाने की बात करते हैं। ऐसे संगठन से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का क्या नाता है? ऐसे संगठन से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने क्यों फंडिंग ली और क्या क्या उनसे वादे किए इस फंडिंग के खिलाफ? ये भारत के एक देशद्रोह का मुकदमा है। और आज लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने जो आदेश पारित करके कहा है एनआईए की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, हम ये मानते हैं अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा और यह भी स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास इतने करोड़ों रुपया जो आया और गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू ने किस किस से पैसा इकट्ठा किया और कितना पैसा जो था वो किस किस काम में लगाया गया, ये सारी बातें अब एनआईए की जांच में सामने आएंगी। मैं इसका स्वागत भी करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं जल्दी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का एंटी भारत स्टैंड जो है ये दुनिया के सामने बेनकाब होगा।
Vikram Saab, if I may bring you in, it is an allegation, sir, at the end of the day. Does the NIA, an allegation which has been made against the sitting chief minister, does it, initially, how do they start the investigation? Do they do a preliminary investigation to see whether these allegations are even credible before, in fact, they start seeking some answers from the Aam Aadmi Party or the Chief Minister of Delhi?
Oh, yes. Secret inquiries and other inquiries, but a recommendation made by a constitutional authority. They would certainly go and look at the papers first. And yes, their options are very limited. They have to register a case and proceed further because it has to be based on very credible and very convincing evidence. That is why His Excellency has made this recommendation. Yes, they will certainly make a preliminary inquiry, register a case, and then proceed further.
Right. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me at this moment. Thanks also to Nikunj Garg and Ishika for being with us on this very big story that we are breaking here on this Monday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now an NIA, National Investigation Agency, probe is awaiting Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who is already facing charges from the Enforcement Directorate in the alleged liquor scam. And now the allegation is that during the Punjab election, there was funding of $16 million, which was provided by a separatist group, a Khalistani group, the SFJ, to the Aam Aadmi Party. Serious allegations, and a probe now has been recommended by the Lieutenant Governor. All right, we are slipping into a very short break at this moment. News and updates. So on the other side, stay tuned.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
जीत हार की बाजी है।
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
In our country, we choose our leaders, we decide who is going to be ruling the country, and it is something which is both a fantastic right, privilege, and we should also see it as our constitutional duty. So this election, I am going to be there, and I hope you all will join me in casting your vote too.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात निडरपणा आहे, सह्याद्रीचा कडा आहे, मराठी बाणा आहे. पूर्ण पडताळल्यानंतरच सत्य सांगेल हा आवाज, आणि केवळ आजचाच नाही तर भविष्याचाही वेध घेईल हा आवाज. नव्या महाराष्ट्राचा नवा आवाज एनडीटीव्ही मराठी.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
All set for phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV. Election means NDTV.
Hello everyone. I urge each one of you to exercise your right to vote. Your voice matters and all our votes shape our collective future. Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having Max here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revant Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
सुनो 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 आपके शहर में आ गया है एनडीटीवी इलेक्शन कार्निवल कलाकारों का होगा धमाल एनडीटीवी पूछेगा सवाल देखिए क्या होता है नेताजी का हाल आपके शहर में आ गया है एनडीटीवी इलेक्शन कार्निवल
Hello everyone, good evening. The election carnival has reached the beautiful city of Nizams and Kebabs, the city of Hyderabad. I'm Maria Shakil.
I'm Uma Sudhir, and you forgot the biryani and the pearls and everything else, the cuisine of Telangana that we talk about. But right now, it's the spice of politics that we are going to be focusing on.
In this spice of politics, why is Hyderabad so crucial? Uma.
Hyderabad is very crucial because it's one, the heart of the country we consider ourselves, and it's very cosmopolitan. So much of a mixed population from across the country. Everyone lives in a lot of amity. Whoever comes here actually ends up thinking ki main to Hyderabadi hu. I like the coolness of the relaxed style of Hyderabad, and yet we are high tech. We have tradition and we have culture, and we believe a lot in democracy. And that's why I think Hyderabad is very important in more ways than one.
Yes, and this time around in Hyderabad, the big election that is playing out is between MIM and Madhvi Lata, who has acquired a sudden fame, I would say. Why do you think the Congress and the BRS is not being discussed?
Okay, the interest that's been captured in the media and elsewhere is Hyderabad. Of course, there are 16 other constituencies, but a lot of importance to Hyderabad, the Lok Sabha constituency, because that's a seat that Asaduddin Owaisi himself has occupied for the last 20 years, and before that his dad as well. And is a woman candidate from the BJP able to give that kind of a challenge? Never happened before. She has captured people's imagination in many ways, that she's able to kind of challenge this, and that's why a lot of interest, the way we thought about Thiruvananthapuram, similarly Hyderabad, Madhvi Lata and Asaduddin Owaisi.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's invite the guests that we have on the dais. They're already seated. Rabula Sridhar, Ram Mohan Reddy, NV Subhash, Saida Palak, all of them are joining us. MIM, BRS, Congress and the BJP are very well represented. So Uma, let's begin the discussion, and I'm going to begin with Saida Palak. Saida, how anxious is the MIM after particularly what happened yesterday in that roadshow of Mr. Amit Shah, where it appeared that the people of Hyderabad are there to bless perhaps Madhvi Lata?
No, we are not at all anxious. It shows the anxiousness of the BJP because, Asaduddin Owaisi Sahab is the best parliamentarian. he stands in the parliament and questions the government about the issues of minorities so bravely with so much of courage that the BJP cannot digest it. So they want him to be defeated here, and they're trying their best, and they'll not be successful in that anyhow. They are trying the level best. They'll not be successful. They are worried. That's why they are here. We are not worried. We will win with a thumping majority.
We've got a politician making a debut. She's not even a politician. I mean, she's entered the electoral fray straight away without even probably being a member of the party at that point in time. But very often, Asaduddin Owaisi is accused of being Team B. That you want Asaduddin Owaisi to be there so that you can do your kind of politics.
Asaduddin Owaisi and MIM are not, the team B of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They are only team A and B of BRS and the Congress Party. If you have seen from past 40 years, whenever, whichever political party is in the fray in the elections, they always count around 16 seats, not, the 17 seats. But after Bharatiya Janata Party's candidate who has come into the fray, as you rightly said, she is not a member of the, the party, but she has come. The party has chosen a brave woman. That is the beauty of, the Bharatiya Janata Party. So all, the foundation of MIM, and they have become so intolerant that, the foundation is getting shaken because of one simple woman who have been instrumental in making many of the minorities to come on the streets and ask their respect.
Okay, so what is the role of the Congress and the BRS? First, the Congress. You are the sitting government here.
And
are you not
contesting.
really in the fray?
And we are contesting there.
Oh, you are contesting, but
contesting.
are you really in the contest?
But see, when it comes to MIM, I have a different opinion because they usually sail with the ruling government. Either it may be at state level or at the central level. Once there is a central level BJP is there, though they went in, hidden alliance with the BJP and fought to cut off the secular votes in the rest of the states. But when it comes to Telangana, now they may be selling with us in the future. So they have an arrangement
with the MIM that, okay, you contest Hyderabad and rest of the places send out the word that the minority vote needs to come to us.
No, not like that. See, there when it comes to Hyderabad, we are contesting there. We are serious, but irrespective of the outcome, we will welcome it. But we are fighting there very strong.
Friendly
the BRS not in the race, has never been, actually no other party has really been in the race in the old city.
No, I mean, we are contesting there. We have a candidate called Gaddam Srinivas Yadav there contesting from our party. End of the day, it is the people of the constituency has to choose who will be their parliamentarian. We will present our case. We will tell them what we have done in the past 10 years as BRS government. But here, what's happening today in old city? That's what I'm asking you. Not only there, wherever predominantly this polarization politics, I am asking both the national parties, are you dead enough to say what have you done being the national government in the past 10 years? What have you done to Hyderabad? What have you done to those sections whom are you asking today the votes? It is the BRS government who has done for the development and welfare of these sections. That's what I'm saying again and again. We have ensured the protection and maintenance of the peace as well the Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb of Hyderabad city.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
This show isn't just about news from the southern states. It's one that looks at the rest of India and the world from a diverse South India point of view, because NDTV has always taken the southern view seriously.
The Southern View with Veera Raghav, only on NDTV 24/7.
I do hope all of you are going to go out and cast your vote, and especially the youth of the country. And the youth and the corporate citizens, people who work in our urban centers and companies. You know, we are the, in many ways, we actually are the generation which is going to build the country. So I do hope all of you get out and vote. It is not just our responsibility, but it's also our core participation in building the future country of our dreams. And I am today pledging to vote. My vote is in Punjab on 1st June. So I'm pledging here to vote, and I do hope all of you do the same. So I'm going to just sign this pledge to vote.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
And the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
Join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात निडरपणा आहे, सह्याद्रीचा कडा आहे, मराठी बाणा आहे. पूर्ण पडताळल्यानंतरच सत्य सांगेल हा आवाज, आणि केवळ आजचाच नाही तर भविष्याचाही वेध घेईल हा आवाज. नव्या महाराष्ट्राचा नवा आवाज, एनडीटीवी मराठी.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है. सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर. इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स. देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी.
After 5 years, we are again getting an opportunity to exercise our right to vote. This is a right which has been earned after a very long and hard struggle by our great leaders. We must not waste this opportunity. I have pledged that I will vote. I have appealed to all my family members and friends to come out and vote for the development of our great nation.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. All set for phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV. Election means NDTV.
आईपीएल का हल्ला बल्ला और सबसे शानदार कवरेज सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर।
The 18th Lok Sabha elections, as always, NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Lots lined up over the next 30 minutes. But first, the headlines we're tracking this hour. In what the Aam Aadmi Party has declared as a massive conspiracy against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Lieutenant Governor recommends an NIA probe against Kejriwal for the AAP allegedly receiving funding from Khalistani groups. All set for phase 3 across 93 constituencies in 12 states which go to the polls tomorrow. Karnataka's 14 remaining constituencies in North Karnataka amongst them. The Election Commission of India directs political parties to remove deepfake contents within 3 hours of coming to their notice. ECI directs responsible and ethical use of social media platforms by political parties. The Prime Minister and Home Minister hit out at the opposition after Enforcement Directorate raids in Jharkhand lead to a 30 crore cash seizure from Jharkhand Minister's aide. Amit Shah claims this proves that the Indie Bloc Alliance leaders are corrupt. Rahul Gandhi says BJP and RSS want to finish the Indian constitution, declares these elections as one to save the constitution of India. Well, our top focus this evening, will the Prajwal Revanna case have an impact on the BJP-JDS alliance as the remaining 14 seats of Karnataka get ready to vote in phase 3 tomorrow? That's our big question. Remember, Prajwal Revanna, the Hassan JDS MP accused of rape and several other sexual crimes, is yet to return to India and face the authorities. The CBI today has written to the Interpol to issue a blue-collar notice against the MP after a request from the special investigating team of the Karnataka police. Meanwhile, his father and Hole Narsipur MLA H.D. Revanna, who's facing a case of sexual harassment, remains in police custody and filed a fresh bail application. An SIT team also carried out a detailed crime scene assessment with one of the victims, a former domestic help who had accused both Revanna and Prajwal of sexual harassment at H.D. Revanna's Bengaluru residence. Meanwhile, H.D. Devagowda, former Prime Minister, and H.D. Kumaraswamy, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, have got an injunction from a Sessions Court against media outlets from depicting them falsely in relation with the Prajwal Revanna videos or the case. Two big questions. When will Prajwal Revanna return to India and face the authorities, and what impact will this case have on the BJP-JDS alliance? Let's listen in to BJP's B.S. Yediyurappa before we put that question to our experts on the panel this evening.
Inquiry is going on, it will take its own course. So that will not affect our election. In what way Prime Minister or anybody is responsible? Particular persons, if they are really involved after inquiry is over, the law will take its own course. Because they lost hopes, they don't get even 3-4 seats in Karnataka. That's why I speak all nonsense.
Well, there are complex internal family equations within the JDS as well as political equations that are at play here. Joining us this evening, Manisha Priyam, political analyst who's observed the JDS and BJP and Karnataka very closely. Sandeep Shastri, national coordinator of the Lok Niti network, who has also followed Karnataka very closely. First to you, Dr. Shastri, given that the old Mysore region polling was done in phase 1 and the phase 2 is largely Mumbai, Karnataka and Hyderabad, Karnataka, what impact do you see of this controversy on the electoral fallout for the BJP-JDS alliance in phase 2?
Veera, as you rightly mentioned, the seats at which the JDS is contesting are all done already, and none of them are there in the 14 seats coming up tomorrow. Now, I think the BJP, as seen from Yediyurappa's statement, they have taken a clear insurance policy that this is about the JDS and its leaders and it has nothing to do with the BJP, and that the law will take its own course on this particular matter. And if you look at earlier statements, we are also strongly against people involved in injustice against women. So that, I think, is a clear stand they are taking. Now, how much impact will the Prajwal Revanna issue have on this election coming tomorrow? I think it all depends on how effectively the Congress is able to talk on the issue, how effectively they are able to present it before the people. We saw it being the mainstay of the Congress campaign yesterday and day before yesterday. And I would not be surprised if that continued to be as part of the door-to-door campaign today. So will it have an impact? I think it depends on how effectively the Congress is able to use it as a subject to hit on the BJP, because in these 14 seats, the principal contest is between the Congress and the BJP.
Right. That's an important point that you make there. Manisha Priyam, having observed the intricate political equations and personal equations in Karnataka, which you've pointed out several times to us, how do you see this playing out beyond just phase 3? Do you see this impacting the BJP-JDS alliance itself? Because largely even within the JDS, H.D. Kumaraswamy and H.D. Devagowda seem to want to insulate themselves from this controversy. How do you see this playing out post-phase 3?
No, I think the whole episode has been very shameful, extremely shameful, and I do slightly, disagree from my very erudite and learned and most respected colleague, Professor Shastri here. It's not just a question of how effectively the Congress will take it in terms of campaigning. I mean, this is an issue that we are not able to discuss openly. Ask us as women. How heartbroken I am, to even see this. This morning we read the news in the Indian Express where women whose faces can be seen, they are now being hounded out by their families. And considering the fact that the story as we gather it involves many, many women, imagine the kind of impact this will have on the social fabric. So this is something that, will go beyond the electoral optics and dynamics. As it should, it's an event that shudders any society, let alone the JDS, which has had its citadel of power in the old Mysore region, in a particular community, and the issue of status and prestige and what we call izzat in North India is very intrinsic to the idea of a community. And I shudder to believe what kind of long-term damage will this leave. Now, Devgowda and Sri Kumaraswamy now kind of separating themselves out is not enough. I mean, Prajwal was the blue-eyed boy at this age for Devgowda, once a former Prime Minister of this country, and having run his politics very successfully despite not having a very large mandate, and by and large being known for his very good governance, etc.
Right.
At this stage of his life to face this, I am sure now there are no further cards left up there. Now Kumaraswamy coming up and saying, oh, they are separate and we are separate, is not going to be enough. It's the moral fabric of a society that's shaken up very badly. Now, even if the Congress doesn't campaign very well on this, I would be very happy, because this has to be taken up as a society, as a community. And what kind of bounds can, everybody is willing to discuss the women vote and the silent voter. What do you want us to do? Just suffer all this silently and then tell, the electorate or the electoral analysis as to, despite all this, how will women come out and vote? How do we, the polling for that seat has happened already. Women would, want to come out and protest against this, not just punish those guilty who the law will take their own course. This goes beyond electoral analysis. Very shameful, very shameful. An entire legacy of the socialist movement and third front politics, and one taint coming of this nature. I mean, it's just heartbreaking and earth-shattering. I can give you some political analysis of what may happen. It will be very difficult to tie up with the JDS beyond this, let me tell you this. And for the BJP, this issue and Brijbhushan Saran Singh issue in Uttar Pradesh, tie up to make a north-south story. I'm very sad at this, but what can I do? I mean, I hope none of the parties campaign on this issue, but let the law of this country take its, course on these matters. What's free and fair election for women, can somebody
Absolutely,
tell me?
Manisha. Absolutely, Manisha. I think that's a very, very important point that you make there. And as we've been making, one is the political fallout. Obviously, the investigations are an extremely important aspect in a case of this nature. We'll keep a close track of that. Thank you, both Sandeep Shastri as well as Manisha Priyam, for joining us and giving those thoughts on that issue. And as we head into phase 3, remember, that's Karnataka. We'll get you all the latest from voting day on phase 3 across the 93 constituencies and 12 states. But for the moment, our focus on Andhra Pradesh and the state's 175 assembly and 25 Lok Sabha seats, which go to polls in phase 4. That's on May 13th. NDTV's Uma Sudhir joins us live now from Vijayawada Lok Sabha constituency. Fertile Krishna River basin there, Uma, and often the heartbread of the aggressive coastal Andhra politics. It's a battle of brothers there for the Vijayawada Lok Sabha seat.
Absolutely. Vijayawada is really the nerve center, political nerve center of Andhra Pradesh. And yes, I'm coming to you from Vijayawada and by the banks of the river Krishna. And I'm going to show you what is really the newest landmark of Vijayawada. This is the world's largest Ambedkar statue, which is standing at a height of 125 feet, just the statue. And the entire structure is about 206 feet. And this has become now the new landmark of really the Vijayawada city. Yes, here two-time sitting MP Mr. Kesineni Srinivas, very popular as Nani. He was in fact with the Telugu Desam for the last 2 terms from 2014, 2019 as well. Even when there was a big YSRCP wave in Andhra Pradesh in 2019, even at that time, Kesineni Nani, as he is known, had won from the Vijayawada seat. And just before these nominations began, he in fact shifted to the YSRCP, and he says that's because he did not agree with Mr. Lokesh becoming the successor for Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, and he shifted to the YSRCP and became the YSRCP candidate from Vijayawada. And what did Mr. Chandrababu Naidu do? He brought in his brother Kesineni Shivnath as the candidate against him. Very interestingly, the third candidate of the Congress is also a nephew belonging to the same Kesineni family as well. But the real fight is between these two brothers, and I caught up with them, both Kesineni Nani and Kesineni Shivnath, to find out how they are taking on each other, battling each other, and how the YSRCP-TDP rivalry is playing out here in Vijayawada. Lok Sabha constituency of Andhra Pradesh, and the interesting contest here is that it's all members of the same family who are the candidates of the YSRCP, the TDP as well as the Congress. The main battle is between two brothers, Kesuneni Srinivas and Kesuneni Shivnath. And interestingly, Kesuneni Srinivas, who is in fact the YSRCP candidate, has been the sitting MP of the Telugu Desam for the last 2 times. You decided to shift your party and come to the YSRCP. Why did you do that?
See, actually until the last, I was supporting Mr. Naidu in his very difficult times and troubling times. But he sent a 3-man committee saying that he is not giving him a ticket. And he asked me not to participate in the party activities. I think this happened 3 months back, 4 months back, on January 3rd or 4th. So then I resigned for the party and I thought of contesting as an independent. But Mr. Jammu and Reddy has invited me to work along with him, which I also have felt, but because from last 5 years, even during the Corona time of 2 years, he was working for the poor and needy and for the education and the health of the people who are in need.
Why did the falling apart happen? Because even when Mr. Naidu was arrested, you were prominently there with him. In the visuals also, you were standing along with him. Was it on the question of you not participating in the Yuvagalam of Mr. Lokesh when it came to Vijayawada?
There are multiple reasons, not just that Yuvagalam thing. That is the main thing actually. Might be Mr. Lokesh didn't like my continuation in the party because might be my personality is dominating his personality or somewhat for that reason. If you take my case, people like me, respect me, love me just because of my work and my presence in the constituency and also in the parliament. And also they know that every minute in the last 10 years, I have used my time, energy, everything in development of this constituency and welfare of the people and to keep them safe. So they understand. I feel there is no anti-incumbency on me. Definitely people will vote for me on May 13th and you can see the result also.
Mr. Naidu gave the TDP ticket to your brother. But you, how is that first of all, having your brother as your opponent?
See, I have recently, I have done one Meet the Press program. So I have presented 1000-page documents as a proof to tell that he is a big cheater. He has done a lot of land grabbing and he has cheated many poor people by pre-launch offers where even Telangana fined him.
You're reaching out to the community. The larger understanding is that the minority community will not want to vote for your alliance because you joined hands with the BJP.
Minorities are well aware that Chandrababu Naidu, even with NDA from 2014 to 19, their rights were protected. People want development. They want to see their children with good jobs. They want to see the lives of their children to be flourished. So minority community, irrespective of party, they are voting for Chandrababu Naidu Garu and they want to look after the good thing about their children.
The understanding is also that the rural vote, the vote of the SC, ST, OBC minorities will go to Jagannath Reddy and the YSRCP because he has a huge welfare agenda.
Who said? All the SC, BC and minority community are with Telugu Desam and alliance parties. Actually, people here are struggling for the development. People are looking after the welfare of their children. Not even a single job was allotted to the children. From 2019 to 24, lot of unemployment was unrest in the state. And also people well are aware that if Chandrababu Naidu can come to the power, then only the problems will be solved. Actually, you can see a lot of minority work was, minority mosques and a lot of work in Vijayawada for Muslim community was done only by Telugu Desam government during the period of 2014 and 19.
Traditionally, the Kammas and the Kapus in this region, for instance, have been against each other.
This is only media hype. From past 20 years, nobody knows, not even a single incident was done between a Kamma or Kapu or minority. We don't have, we in Vijayawada live peacefully from past 20 years. Previous incidents, each and every time, for media's sake, they are getting these problems and they are showing to the people that we have a difference. We don't have any difference over here. Our majority of Kamma, Kapu, minority, everything, every people are with TDP and with the alliance parties.
So you're taking on your own brother in this constituency. I mean, whoever gets elected, it's part of your family. The Congress, the BJP, or the TDP, or the ruling party, YSRCP.
You can see one thing. It's not regarding brother. It's regarding development and what we call in Telugu, Arachakam. Abhiruddhi, Arachakam. We, as successors of Chandrababu Naidu garu, we are with development. They, as the success of Jagan Reddy, they are with Arachakam.
Uma Sudhir will get us all the latest from the battle for Andhra Pradesh and the battle for Telangana. But now for the moment to the Tamil Nadu-Kerala dispute over the Mullai Periyar Dam. The Tamil Nadu government moved the apex court against what it called willful obstruction of maintenance work in the 126-year-old dam. In its petition, the Tamil Nadu government stated that despite Kerala raising concerns over safety of the dam, it is obstructing work essential to maintenance. Kerala had repeatedly raised concerns over the safety of the old dam and has argued for the construction of a new one. However, Tamil Nadu has categorically refused such a request and has argued that that dam is safe and has rejected any proposal for a new one. The dam, which is located in Kerala's Idukki district, is managed by Tamil Nadu state as per a lease agreement of the 1880s. Pardon me. Joining me now are two journalists who have tracked the issue closely from the two states, noted author and journalist T. Ramakrishnan, who's written a book on the Kaveri river water dispute of the Hindu newspaper, who joins us from Chennai, and Anil S. of the Indian Express, who joins us from Kerala. Ramakrishnan, first to you. In terms of the maintenance and the safety concerns raised by Kerala, what's the subtext to it, briefly?
Actually, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, that is, they want to strengthen the baby dam. There are some maintenance works to be carried out. Okay, they have not been able to complete all the repair works. So that's why the 2014 judgment says that you complete the remaining works, and then we can consider raising the water level. So the issue has got stuck in that position. I think there are some trees to facilitate the execution of work. There are some trees have to be felled, and then for which I think 2021 government of Kerala gave initial permission, and then they withdrew. But the point is, as far as from Kerala point of view, of course, dam safety has been their primary concern, and they want to tread cautiously. So they don't want to take any risk, and then all that. Of course, this is hampering, according to Tamil Nadu. This approach hampering its plans for repair works, and then there is a Dam Safety Act, 2021. So according to which you have to complete a comprehensive dam safety evaluation within 5 years. That is December 30th, 2026, you have to complete it. So the time is running out. So Tamil Nadu wants Kerala's permission to conduct all the repair works so that it is able to fulfill the legal requirement.
Anil, quickly give us a sense from Kerala's point of view. Is there a particular section or a group which is driving the safety concerns of the Mullai Periyar Dam?
I wouldn't say there is a particular section. General public, generally they are concerned. By the way, I'm from the New Indian Express, not from the Indian Express. And when it comes to Mullai Periyar, there are safety concerns, like my co-panelists already said. There have been safety concerns for quite a long time, and according to some reports, I'm not saying these are scientific reports, but according to some reports, people from about 4 districts, about 35 lakh people from about 4 districts could be affected, let's say, if there is something, if something goes wrong with Mullai Periyar. So Kerala has always been pointed out the safety concerns, and that's why Kerala raised the demand for a new dam. And in fact, last year, a DPR was submitted, and then now the government is working on a fresh DPR, so that by incorporating the requirements pointed out by the Central Water Commission, and this should be completed in a couple of months, I think. And a new dam somewhere about 350 meters downstream of the existing structure, that's only lasting solution. That's what the Kerala government and general public think.
Right. Thanks very much there, Anil, from the New Indian Express. Apologies for getting that wrong. Sometimes we tend to confuse the two, but this is the New Indian Express. Thanks very much, Ramakrishnan, as well, joining us from Chennai. We'll keep a close watch of this evolving dispute. It's been played out. It's played out for many, many years. We'll keep a close track of how this evolves in the coming days. But that's all we have time for in the Southern View. This evening news and updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
I pledge to vote and encourage all my colleagues at Godrej Industries Limited and associate companies to exercise their voting rights. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. I would also urge everyone else to vote. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge to vote campaign and help spread the word in the corporate world and beyond. It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
Data drives our understanding of any election. What does a dip in voting percentage mean? What are the big factors to watch out for this poll season? Join me, Amitav Tiwari, in a data deep dive only on NDTV, where we decode and simplify the data for you.
The biggest carnival of democracy, India's general election.
Prime Minister Modi makes a formidable bid for a hat-trick.
The opposition is trying to mount a united challenge.
and the southern parties are standing their ground.
As battle lines are drawn,
join us on an exciting journey on the road to 2024.
Indian elections, a festival like no other.
And NDTV covers elections like no other.
When India votes, you can count on us.
All set for phase 3. Biggest phases on NDTV. Election means NDTV.
Whenever you use Gmail and you're trying to compose a new email, friends, you all know that section जहाँ पे हम email को compose कर रहे होते हैं, वो बहुत छोटा सा होता है कई बार. It's not that convenient to draft long emails. You know what? You can use the power of Google Docs and वहाँ पे you can create your complete long emails and easily you can send them in Gmail. So basically, if you are in Google Docs, just type @email and वहाँ पे you will see this entire thing coming up जहाँ पे आप properly अपना email draft कर सकते हैं. You can add in the recipients, you can add in the subject line. आप email की body में जैसा चाहें वैसा पूरी एक proper formatting के साथ में अपना email draft कर सकते हैं. And वहीं से you can just hit a button to preview this email in Gmail and then just hit a button to send it. काफी easy and काफी convenient tip है for everyone who's using Gmail on a regular basis. Basically helping you compose longer emails in a better way within Google Docs. कैसा लगा ये tip? मुझे जरूर बताना.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News.
The LG demands an NIA probe against jailed Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The LG recommends a probe into alleged terror funding case. This is an Aam Aadmi Party LG unprecedented face-off ahead of the key Supreme Court hearing. The Election Commission warns parties against deep fake. Take down fake content within 3 hours of notice, says the Election Commission, cautioning political parties on the use of social media. India gears up for the round 3 of Lok Sabha polls. 11 states and 93 seats. Elections reach a halfway mark with phase 3. Amit Shah, Sindhya, Dimple Yadav and Supriya Sule, big faces in the fray. The SIT searches at Revanna's house in the Karnataka sex tapes controversy. HD Revanna files yet another bail plea. This is the BJP reiterates the Revanna case would not affect elections. The constitution debate dominates the poll discourse. Elections a fight to save the constitution, says Rahul Gandhi. The BJP says we have never tampered with the constitution. Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsbreak. I'm Vedanta Agarwal. Our lead story, the Election Commission's directive to political parties to remove deepfake content within 3 hours of notice. An important warning, an important word of caution there by the Election Commission. This, as we've seen in the past couple of months, deepfake videos, misinformation has really been rampant as far as the election discourse is concerned. Aishwarya Jain is now joining us live. So Aishwarya, of course, the deepfake menace certainly an important one to tackle for the Election Commission. We recently saw Amit Shah's fake video doing the rounds, several other fake videos being tweeted by credible handles as well, which is why this notice becomes so important.
Well, certainly, and what we know so far is that a special team of the Election Commission of India is also monitoring at the social media content uploaded by different handles, including the political parties, and now a directive had been issued by the Election Commission of India, and it has been stated by the Election Commission of India that it has been directed to all those political parties that within 3 hours of their notice, if there is any fake content or the deepfake videos that they see and it comes to their notice, then they should remove within 3 hours of the notice that they arrive. On the other side, it has been also stated by the Election Commission that the AI generated content should be capped at a very minimal scale as far as these political parties are concerned, and usage of children in the political campaigning, abuse of women, as well as the violations from the MCC also needs to be regulated time and again by the political parties and different social media handles as well. Remember, this has come just after the entire episode of Amit Shah fake video that was generated, and we have seen several arrests were also made. There were FIRs that were also registered in different places of the country, and people related to those fake videos were taken into custody as well. And now certainly a directive has also been issued by the Election Commission of India during the poll season, which will certainly regulate those content which is doing the rounds in the social media. Of course, as I mentioned, that one team of the Election Commission of India is dedicated for monitoring the social media content, and if any complaint is being raised by any individual or the political party, then straight away the actions will be taken under the IPC, under the Information Broadcasting Technology Act, and also the violations of the MCC as well. So an important directive issued by the Election Commission of India as far as deepfake videos are concerned on social media.
Right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with that update. As Aishwarya is reporting, a special team also monitoring the social media content of various political parties, an important notice as we are set for phase 3. But moving now to the other big headline, unprecedented developments in the LG versus Aam Aadmi Party face-off here in the national capital. The Lieutenant Governor has now recommended an NIA probe against Arvind Kejriwal, who's already jailed in the liquor policy case. These are, of course, is a serious terror act, anti-terror act that the LG is talking about. Now, this particular case is alleged terror funding that the Aam Aadmi Party received. The Lieutenant Governor has now recommended an NIA probe, and this comes right ahead of the Supreme Court hearing in which a bail perhaps is likely for Arvind Kejriwal. Listen to all the reactions that have come in.
एक प्रतिबंधित आतंकी संगठन है जिससे पॉलिटिकल फंडिंग आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने ली है। वो आतंकी संगठन जो विश्व भर में कुख्यात है अपनी कार्रवाई के लिए, उनसे पैसा लेना सीधा देशद्रोह का मामला है। जो लोग देश के दुश्मनों के साथ, देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ खड़े होते हैं, उनसे आप जाके चंदा ले रहे हो, पॉलिटिकल फंडिंग ले रहे हो, इससे ज़्यादा शर्मनाक क्या हो सकता है? डूब के मर जाना चाहिए इनको।
गुरपतवंत सिंह पन्नू, जो कि हमेशा ही भारत के खिलाफ आतंक की माहौल बनाते हैं, भारत के कभी एयरलाइन एयर इंडिया को उड़ाने की बात करते हैं, कभी भारत के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यक्रम के अंदर उड़ाने की बात करते हैं। ऐसे संगठन से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का क्या नाता है? ऐसे संगठन से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने क्यों फंडिंग ली और क्या क्या उनसे वादे किए इस फंडिंग के खिलाफ? ये भारत के एक देशद्रोह का मुकदमा है। और आज लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब ने जो आदेश पारित करके कहा है NIA की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, हम ये मानते हैं अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा।
Yes, absolutely. This is extremely serious, and more than anything, this is extremely laughable, to be honest, because this is the BJP stooping the lowest at the time of this Lok Sabha election. I mean, clearly they cannot digest the fact that the Supreme Court is well ready to grant bail to the Chief Minister of Delhi. Obviously, the BJP has nothing else to prove against the Aam Aadmi Party. The money trail or the charges against the Aam Aadmi Party by the ED are not being established. I mean, it's been over a year where they've put multiple leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party behind bars since they're not able to prove anything. I mean, this is what they come up with. funding from the Khalistani, all sorts of NIA charges. I mean, what is the BJP even trying to do at this point in time? Let there be a committee that, checks into these charges. Let there be a probe. Let the charges be proven against the Aam Aadmi Party. Punjab elections happened way before. There's a significant time that has, kind of gone by after the elections. If there was any truth to these charges, don't you think the BJP by now would have dug in deep into it and found evidences against the Aam Aadmi Party? Don't you think they would have had the agencies behind the Aam Aadmi Party trying to prove these allegations? So at this point, these are mere allegations. Even the court of law says that a person is innocent until proven guilty.
Ishika Verma is now joining us live. So Ishika, we've seen in the past as well, whether it was a liquor policy case, the alleged khadi scam, the school scam, various scams related to the MCD as well. All of it begins with a recommendation by the Lieutenant Governor, and then it's blown out of proportion completely. What is this particular case? Because the NIA is the Anti-Terror Act. It's a very serious act that the LG has now, recommended a probe into.
Certainly, Vedant, as you're rightly mentioning, that it is certainly a very serious act. And now the Lieutenant Governor, in fact, approving the NIA probe over the allegations that Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party received $16 million from a banned terrorist organization, from a banned Khalistani terrorist organization. Now the Lieutenant Governor says that in the complaint that he had received, the allegations have been made against the Chief Minister. And in fact, it is the case of, political funding. And that is why in this particular case, the verification of the electronic evidences needs to be done. And forensic, forensic investigation also needs to be done. That is why this approval has been given. But let me also tell you that this in fact refers to the video that has been released by the Khalistani terrorist Pannu, where in fact he has alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party received, in fact, $16 million from 2014 to 2022, and very serious allegations that are coming in this complaint, where it has also been said that Arvind Kejriwal, in fact, while he was visiting New York, he also held closed-door meetings with the Khalistani leaders, and in fact, he said that he would be helping in the, in facilitating the release of bullet, but in return, there needs to be a financial funding to the Aam Aadmi Party. So very serious allegations over which now the Lieutenant Governor has in fact approved for the NIA probe. But on the other hand, we are also seeing that now official response from the Aam Aadmi Party has also come, where senior leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bhardwaj, goes on to say that this is yet another conspiracy of the BJP and the Lieutenant Governor against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He says that now, in fact, he alleges that the Lieutenant Governor is in fact working on the directions of the BJP, and all of this only because the BJP is scared of its defeat in Lok Sabha elections. But on the other hand, we're also seeing that the opposition continues to attack Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that after this probe, the anti-India stand of Arvind Kejriwal and his party will in fact be exposed in front of the public. So certainly the trouble continues to brew for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, and the war of words also, in fact, continues to escalate here over this. Over to you.
Ishika, thanks very much for that. But all of this certainly is in the realm of allegations. None of it has been proven. But of course, the Aam Aadmi Party calls it political vendetta, and the LG working at the behest of the BJP. But certainly a big development there ahead of the crucial SC hearing, which happens tomorrow. Of course, the Supreme Court has indicated that a bail is a possibility for Arvind Kejriwal. In other news now, in the Karnataka sex tapes controversy, well, the probe is intensifying with the special investigation team conducting searches at the Revanna residence. This as the Revannas continue to push for bail. HT Revanna, in fact, has filed another application for bail. Remember earlier, the Sessions Court had rejected the anticipatory bail or the interim bail for HT Revanna. He is currently in a 3-day custody of the special investigation team. On the other hand, the BJP and Yedurappa continues to assert that this will have no impact on the elections. Take a look.
Inquiry is going on, it will take its own course. So that will not affect our election. In what way Prime Minister or anybody is responsible? Particular persons, if they are really involved after inquiry is over, the law will take its own course. Because they lost hopes, they don't get even the 3-4 seats in Karnataka. That's where speak all nonsense.
बना के सब आदमी को डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया ना, इसका नेता ये हमारा डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर नीतीश कुमार जी है। आज तक कोई सेक्स स्कैंडल में मिला है, उन लोग को अरेस्ट किया है आज तक पुलिस वाला, मगर अभी तक कौन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया पेन ड्राइव को, आज तक किसी को भी अरेस्ट नहीं किया हो। ये इन लोग का क्या है, नेशनल लेवल में हमारा मोदी जी का नाम खराब करने के लिए, हमारा भाजपा का नाम निकालने के लिए ये कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ऐसा गंदी काम कर रहा है। ये मामला पूरा दुनिया को बताना चाहिए, कांग्रेस का हालत क्या है, कैसा चल रहा है, वो क्या काम कर रहा है, ये पूरा दुनिया को बताना चाहिए।
And moving now to the big constitution debate that is taking centre stage ahead of phase 3. Well, Rahul Gandhi has reiterated the remark that constitution is under threat and that the BJP, if it comes to power, will change the constitution and amend key aspects of the constitution, something that the Congress party has said time and again. Listen to what he had to say.
जो भी हिंदुस्तान के आदिवासियों को मिला है, दलितों को मिला है, पिछड़ों को मिला है, आपके जल, जमीन, जंगल का जो हक है, वो सारा का सारा इस संविधान ने आपको दिया है। नरेंद्र मोदी चाहते हैं कि इसको परे किया जाए और उनका पूरा का पूरा राज हो और आपके जो अधिकार हैं वो आपसे छीने जाए। ये उनका लक्ष्य है और हम उनको रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, चाहे वो पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, चाहे वो रिजर्वेशन हो, चाहे वो शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, जो भी आज आदिवासियों को, दलितों को, पिछड़ों को मिलता है, वो इसके कारण मिलता है। और बीजेपी के नेताओं ने साफ बोल दिया है कि अगर वो चुनाव जीतेंगे तो वो इस किताब को बदल के परे कर देंगे। इसलिए उन्होंने 400 सीट का नारा दिया था। 400 सीट छोड़िए, उनको 150 सीट नहीं मिलने वाली है।
And what has been the BJP's response? Well, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal earlier had spoken to the Home Minister in an interview to NDTV about this entire issue. Vasudha Venugopal gets us the BJP's response to Rahul Gandhi's comments. Take a look.
He was speaking in Ratlam in Madhya Pradesh, and he said that this election is to save the Constitution of India, and he specifically talked about the RSS here, something that he attacks very often, an organization that he has been very critical of, and he has said that the BJP and RSS want to change and remove the Constitution. He's also spoken about tribal votes, and he's saying that the India Alliance is trying to save the Constitution, and he has again said that the reason why the BJP want 400 seats is because they want to change the Constitution, basically inferring that they'll be made to the, reservation policy. Now, this BJP leaders have firmly believed is, nothing but scaremongering, because we did speak to the Home Minister about it, not just the Home Minister, even the Prime Minister in a variety of interviews that he gave in the last few days have talked about this and said that if they really wanted to change the Constitution, they would have done it in the last 10 years, and they've always supported reservation. In fact, Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, also came forward and spoke about it, and he said that the RSS has always been in favor of affirmative action. And Home Minister in his interview to NDTV also said that the BJP has always used, policies, has always made changes in policies such as women's reservation or for that matter CAA that basically relate to upliftment of weaker sections of society or at least, gender justice, and has never altered with the idea of reservation. In fact, Prime Minister has gone to an extent of saying that he will stand as a roadblock in front of anybody who wishes to change the Constitution of India, and he will not let that happen till he is alive. So this is a very aggressive speech by the BJP, and it's also a clash of narratives like we've been speaking about. We'll have to wait till the 4th of June to understand which narrative actually clicked.
And moving now to a rare BJD-BJP face-off, well, the Prime Minister took on Naveen Patnaik, saying that the BJD has unleashed a misrule as far as Odisha is concerned after the Congress's loot, he said. Naveen Patnaik responded to that. Naveen Patnaik says the BJP is dreaming of forming a government in this state. Take a look.
ओडिशा अमीर है, जनता गरीब है, इसका जवाब है ये पाप किसने किया? इसका जवाब है पहले कांग्रेस और फिर बीजेडी के नेताओं की लूट। ओडिशा में बीजेडी के छोटे छोटे नेता भी बड़े बड़े बंगले के मालिक हो गए हैं।
सर बीजेपी कहते एथर ओडिशा रे सेमाने सरकार गठन करिवे।
बहुत दिन हैला बीजेपी दिन रे स्वप्न देखिछंती।
And moving now to a very progressive order by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that the opinion of a pregnant person must be sought in case of a divergence when it comes to the termination of pregnancy. So reproductive autonomy is what the Supreme Court is asserting. And of course, the Supreme Court, remember, had made an exception just a few weeks back when dealing with the case of a pregnancy of a 14-year-old rape victim. Our senior colleague Ashish Bhargav, who tracks the Supreme Court for us, is now joining us live on the phone line. So Ashish, a very progressive order, and the Supreme Court also saying that we have used the term pregnant person because some non-binary individuals might also experience pregnancy. So a very progressive judgment if you read it in detail.
Yeah, it's a very significant ruling, important ruling by the Supreme Court bench headed by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. Order uploaded late, but this order says that the consent of a pregnant person in decision of reproductive autonomy and termination of pregnancy is paramount. In cases if there is any difference in the opinion of a pregnant person and her guardian, the opinion of the minor or mentally ill pregnant person must be taken into consideration as important aspect in enabling the court to arrive at a just conclusion. It's a very important ruling, we can say, because till now there is no specific ruling by the Supreme Court or by any High Court. Now, Supreme Court has settled down where, in the case where some minor is involved or some mentally ill person is involved, if there is a case of termination of pregnancy, the minor person and mentally ill pregnant persons must be taken into consideration. Secondly, the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra issued a clarification also in this judgment footnote that we use the term pregnant person and recognize that in addition to the signare woman, pregnancy can be also to experienced by some non-binary people also, transgender also. That's why they are using this term. So very significant, and it will be a very milestone judgment.
Right, absolutely. The Supreme Court setting the precedent as far as reproductive freedom and autonomy is concerned. Ashish, thanks very much for joining us with that. But moving now to our special ground report from Pauri Garhwal, which is experiencing an absolutely unprecedented situation with forest fires now spreading far and wide. In fact, loss of lives and loss of property has been reported. My colleague Kishore sent us this ground report.
जंगलों की आग काफ़ी बढ़ गई है और उसको अभी बुझाने के लिए इंडियन एयरफोर्स का MI-17 श्रीनगर के डैम में पहुंचा है और जहां से वो अभी फिलहाल पानी को लिफ्ट कर रहा है। ये सामने देख सकते हैं पानी ये लिफ्ट हो रहा है। ये MI-17 है, इंडियन एयरफोर्स का जो जहाज है, हेलीकॉप्टर है और अभी श्रीनगर डैम से ये पानी लिफ्ट कर रहा है। और चूंकि हर जगह से पानी यहाँ पर क्योंकि ऊपर इलाकों में आग लगी हुई है और आग को बुझाने के लिए इंडियन एयरफोर्स भी अभी सामने आई है और जिस तरीके से सरकार ने ये कहा है कि आग को जल्दी बुझाया जाएगा और श्रीनगर आसपास के इलाकों में काफ़ी आग लगी हुई थी। MI-17 से अभी फ़िलहाल ये पानी लिफ्ट किया गया है और ये करीबन 3000 लीटर पानी ले जाकर और ऊपरी इलाकों में अभी बुझाएगी। और ये सामने आगे की ओर MI-17 उड़ा है और MI-17 की यहाँ से जो आग बुझाने जाएगा। तो लगभग ये बताया जा रहा है कि जो इंडियन एयरफोर्स, सेना, ITBP, NDRF और तमाम जो आग बुझाने के लिए यहाँ पर टीमें लगी हुई है, क्योंकि जंगलों की आग उत्तराखंड में लगातार बढ़ रही है।
So a clear impact of climate change there in Uttarakhand. But moving now to some brilliant news. Well, Sunita Williams, the Indian origin astronaut, is set to fly again, but this time on a brand new spacecraft. Take a look.
The world expectantly awaits NASA's latest space expedition. Set to launch on 6th May, Boeing's Starliner capsule is bound for the International Space Station after manufacturing errors caused several years of delay. The crew on board Boeing's first human spaceflight comprises Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, two NASA pilots who will be testing the capsule. Among them, Sunita Williams is an Indian-American veteran NASA pilot. They arrived at the Kennedy Space Center a week before the launch. Sunita Williams is one of the 5 Indians or people of Indian origin who have been to space. With this mission, she will create history by being the first woman to fly on a maiden mission of a new human-rated spacecraft. So far, Williams has flown twice to space in 2006 and 2012 and has spent a cumulative total of 322 days in space. She also holds the record for the second longest spacewalk time by a female astronaut, with 50 hours and 40 minutes across 7 spacewalks. Williams has expressed her excitement about this mission aboard the Boeing Starliner, which she calls an awesome spacecraft. This test flight will see how the spacecraft performs in space with the crew on board. The astronauts will try manually flying the spacecraft before it docks autonomously with the International Space Station. NASA and Boeing will also test how the spacecraft's heat shield and parachutes work as it brings Williams and Wilmore back to Earth after 8 days. The 2 previous Boeing Starliner test flights were unmanned. The spacecraft has previously run into issues involving software glitches, parachute failures, and flammable tape. However, after recent work, Boeing engineers and the astronauts who tested the flight have expressed confidence in its success. Amidst brewing controversies of Boeing's defective airplanes and investigations into their manufacturing and maintenance practices, a successful journey by the Starliner capsule will ease tensions for the company. This is Debanjali Biswas for NDTV.
So absolutely brilliant news there. That's it from me on Newsbreak. Up next, our election special with Tanima and Vasudha.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Brought to you.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मिला है मिला.
हमारी आवाज. Youth की आवाज.
They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them. on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
I pledge to vote. This is the only relationship between those who govern and those who are governed. It is the only way to hold or reward people or penalize them on the governance they have given. It is a centerpiece of our democratic architecture. We have a right which we must exercise.
Let me give you a very interesting piece of information. See, information ho ya data, we store it in our storage drives. And usually we have multiple different options. I mean, external drives bhi hoti hain, we got SSDs, memory cards and whatnot. Now, usually you might have a drive capacity of, let's say, 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, 4 terabyte, etc. But aapko pata hai what's the maximum possible capacity right now? I mean, what's the highest capacity hard drive available globally? The answer is, it's from Seagate and the storage capacity is 30 terabytes. It's just imagine, एक drive hai, a single piece can hold data worth 30 terabytes. अब अगर आपको लग रहा है what about SSDs, so let me give you another shocker because it's from Nimbus and the Exa drive has a maximum capacity of 100 terabytes. Just imagine 100 TB की storage हमारे पास में एक SSD में है. एक time था जब memory cards होते थे of 32 MB, 64 MB. You know, today we have memory cards going up to 1.5 terabytes. इतने से size में. And these kind of drives, वैसे अगर आपके पास में हो तो आप क्या स्टोर कर सकते हो? बेसिकली आई थिंक योर मतलब बचपन से लेके एंड तक जितना डेटा हम जनरेट करें, आई थिंक 100 टेराबाइट से ज़्यादा नहीं होने वाला है. सो वी कैन स्टोर एवरीथिंग इन वन प्लेस.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening. You're watching the news bulletin at 8 p.m. where we look at one of the big breaking updates that has come into this evening of the Delhi LG recommending NIA probe against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Now, this has taken the face-off between the LG and the Aam Aadmi Party to unprecedented levels. We'll focus on this big move by the LG and, of course, its impact.
Also on the show, day ahead of Phase 3 elections, which are the key seats, key contests and big faces in the fray tomorrow. We will go across to our reporters spread out across the country for more on this. But first, the headlines.
Delhi LG versus Aam Aadmi Party escalates. Delhi LG recommends NIA probe against Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complaint with LG suggests Khalistani group Seek for Justice gave $16 million funding to Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party now has hit back, saying that the BJP is rattled by the fear of defeat.
Just few hours to go for Phase 3 elections for the Lok Sabha. 93 seats across 11 states to witness elections. Several big faces including Amit Shah, Supriya Sule, Jyotiraditya Scindia in the fray.
Rahul Gandhi's constitution jibe at the BJP. Rahul Gandhi calls this an election to save democracy, save constitution. Congress MP has also reiterated that he will remove the 50% cap on quotas. The BJP has countered this, saying that there are no plans of the BJP of touching the constitution.
Election Commission's strong reminder to political parties on deep fakes tells them to remove fake content within 3 hours of notice.
"12 hours, 6 machines, 30 crores. This is a big haul by the ED in Jharkhand today. Cash has been seized from the House of Jharkhand Minister's aide. Prime Minister says it's Modi who is stopping opposition's loot and seizing stolen money.
Right. We are, of course, focusing on the first big story that we're looking at. Vasudha, it is about the explosive turn of events which has taken place today.
Of course, the Delhi LG V.K. Saxena has called for an anti-terror probe, Tanima, into these allegations that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal received political funding from this group that was banned by the centre in 2019, Sikhs for Justice. Mr. Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party, of course, has hit back, and it has called this a conspiracy, and it has also called Mr. Saxena an agent of the BJP.
Right, that was the first reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party, and the timing is also interesting as the Supreme Court has forewarned the Enforcement Directorate that it may consider granting interim bail to Arvind Kejriwal in the excise policy case due to the ongoing Lok Sabha election. Now, the hearing is slotted for this tomorrow. Vasudha.
Absolutely. And this is the latest, Anima, in this really long-running and fierce war between the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP in Delhi. That is, of course, at power at the centre, and it comes less than 3 weeks before Delhi votes, which is on the 25th of May. In 2019, remember, the BJP won all of Delhi's 7 seats. Now, a sitting chief minister facing arrest was new to us, but now it's the same sitting chief minister also facing probably the prospects of an NIA probe. How serious is that? What kind of political fallout it can have on the sentiment of voters both in Punjab and Delhi? That is what we discussed tonight.
Right, and we are going to be joined by a series of guests and important guests to discuss this issue further. But first, we'll go across to our colleague Ishika, who is joining us on the show. She's been tracking all the updates. Ishika, we've seen the reaction coming from the Aam Aadmi Party also on this matter. But first of all, just for the understanding of our viewers, tell us what exactly was the content of that complaint, and immediately after that, the reaction that we saw from UP.
Well, in fact, Lieutenant Governor approving, recommending for an NIA probe over the very serious allegation that Arvind Kejriwal led Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, took $16 million funding from a banned terrorist organization group. Now, in fact, in the complaint that the Lieutenant Governor had received, it was also mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal, while he visited New York in 2014, also held closed-door meetings with the Khalistani leaders, and in fact, he assured them that he would help in facilitating the release of the Khalistani terrorists. But in return, the Aam Aadmi Party needs financial funding. This all is a very serious allegation that has been mentioned in the complaint that was received by the Lieutenant Governor. Now, the Lieutenant Governor says that the complaint is against the Chief Minister and it is an issue of political funding. Thus, for the verification of the electronic documents, an NIA probe is definitely required. Now, on the other hand, we have seen that now the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, has reacted to this, and they continue to say that this is just yet another conspiracy by the BJP and the Lieutenant Governor against the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. They also, in fact, go on to allege that the Lieutenant Governor is working on the behest of the BJP, who, in fact, is rattled that it will lose all the 7 Lok Sabha seats here in the national capital. So certainly the war of words has also erupted, but very serious allegations that have been mentioned in the complaint. Remember that, in fact, this complaint refers to the video that was released by Panu, where, in fact, it was alleged that the Aam Aadmi Party received this funding from 2014 to 2022. So certainly we'll have to wait and watch as to how this, this pans out. But the BJP, that is the opposition, they continue to attack the Aam Aadmi Party, saying now they're anti-India, anti-India mindset will in fact be exposed in
Fierce
front
war
of
of
the
words
people.
follows after this big recommendation by the Delhi LG. Ishika, thank you so much for joining us. First, let's quickly listen to what Virendra Sachdeva of the BJP had to say on this.
एक प्रतिबंधित आतंकी संगठन है जिससे पॉलिटिकल फंडिंग आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने ली है। वो आतंकी संगठन जो विश्व भर में कुख्यात है अपनी कार्रवाई के लिए, उनसे पैसा लेना सीधा सीधा देशद्रोह का मामला है। जो लोग देश के दुश्मनों के साथ, देश के टुकड़े टुकड़े करने वालों के साथ खड़े होते हैं, उनसे आप जाके चंदा ले रहे हो, पॉलिटिकल फंडिंग ले रहे हो, इससे ज़्यादा शर्मनाक क्या हो सकता है। डूब के मर जाना चाहिए इनको।
So how serious are these charges? What kind of political fallout they might have? And also what is the NIA's mandate in this? That is what we discuss tonight. Joining us now is Anmol Panwar, who is the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. We also have YC Modi, who is former NIA DG, and also RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP. Thank you all of you for joining us on this show. Thank you to you, Mr. Modi first. In 2019, when the centre banned Sikhs for Justice on grounds of secessionism, there were very serious charges against this group, and it was said that it was operating out of United States and it was building a campaign against India. How do you see these charges, sir? And what is the NIA's mandate in this? And is there any precedent of a sitting chief minister being accused of hatching such conspiracies?
The charges are very serious, especially when the charges have been founded, the letter has been sent by a constitutional authority. Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has sent that letter to Home Ministry. That means Government of India recommending an NIA probe. So it is not a simple matter of forwarding any letter to government. Because in such serious matters, these are not casual decisions. The Lieutenant Governor must have found those allegations very serious. It cannot be that he has simply forwarded that letter to MHA. And whatever I have read from the newspapers, from the media, it is a very, very serious matter.
Right.
These allegations have been coming against, you may remember, against Aam Aadmi Party in 2017 Punjab Assembly elections.
Right.
Arvind Kejriwal had stayed in his visit to Moga at a Khalistani activist place. So, I mean, it's a very interesting thing that in 2017 also, Aam Aadmi Party was a favorite to win Punjab Assembly elections.
Right.
But they were restricted to 20 seats only, and it was widely believed that it was because of their Khalistani connection.
Okay.
And now new information, specific information has emerged that funding to the tune of over 100 crore rupees has been received by the party.
Right.
So it is a very, very serious allegation and needs a thorough probe.
Right, let me go across to the Aam Aadmi Party now to set this record straight. Mr. Panwar, what would you say? First of all, did your party accept any funds from any organization having any sort of affiliation with any Khalistani group?
Not at all, Vasudha. It is a big political conspiracy orchestrated by the BJP to defame Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor, rather than adhering to the confines of the Constitution, is working at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party. And their endeavor to craft a narrative using these false, frivolous, malicious and baseless allegations underscores a sense of desperation. The fact is that BJP is losing all the 7 seats in Delhi and is experiencing discomfort as the overwhelming support and enthusiasm for Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal has surpassed their expectation, and this time it is manifesting in votes.
But how would you
this
react?
Is the reason.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. How would you react to this video, which is part of this complaint, in which of course, there will be investigation into this video as well. But Gurpatwant Singh Pannu himself is being heard in the video saying that he gave those funds to and had a meeting with Arvind Kejriwal also a few years back.
Let me show you something, Vasudha. This is a petition on the basis of same allegations. A PIL was filed before the Delhi High Court and the division bench of the Delhi High Court, led by Chief Justice Vipin Sanghi and Justice Naveen Chawla. dismissed this petition. This petition sought high-level inquiry against the allegations, against these false and fabricated allegations that AAP received funds from this banned organization, SFJ and Khalistani forces.
Let me take this question to RP Singh.
This was
sir.
categorically...
RP Singh, so the nature of investigation, like Mr. Anmol is also saying, will of course, bring out more details and we'll wait for that. But on the face of it, it may be seen as witch hunting being done on the eve of Lok Sabha elections. Delhi polls are going to be held on the 25th of May. And the complaint to this effect was received by the centre almost 2 years ago. Today, in fact, I was looking at the picture of Mr. Channi with the Home Minister. Some may ask, what did the government do for 2 years?
Sudha, this is the picture of the Speaker of the Punjab Assembly with Mr. Sandwan, Kultar Singh Sandwan, with the Harjeet Singh Bajwa, a known Khalistani in Canada. This was May 19, 2023. Not only that, we have just seen recently Mr. Raghav Chadha has posted on his social media a picture with Crore Girwal, a UK-based member of parliament of the UK Assembly. She's a known Khalistani supporter. We have not seen any other picture of Mr. Raghav Chadha on his social media. Neither we have seen him speaking on any subject related to Kejriwal or any other subject. But yes, he posted his picture with Crore Girwal on his social media handle and saying that it was pleasant meeting, whatever the normal course would be. But fact is, all this is being done to send messages to Khalistanis that we hold sympathy with you. I'm not, because I have no privy to.
But Mr. Singh, some may suspect that the timing of this is quite intriguing because, it's just coming before elections of Delhi and Punjab. So the opposition might actually say that, the timing is suspicious in nature, and anyway your government and the party are, is facing these allegations that investigating agencies are being misused. How do you see that, sir?
Vasudha, we decided that we should go and meet, Mr. Raghav Chadha should go and meet Crore Gill in London. None of us decided. It is the timing decided by them.
Yes.
So they are sending the messages. It's just near to the election that they are sending the messages that to the sympathizers of the Khalistani sympathizers that yes, we are still supporting you and we will support you. So now Mr. Raghav Chadha should have restrained from doing so because everyone knows about Crore Gill. I'll appreciate, just go through Twitter and you'll come to know about her activities with Khalistan or Khalistani activities.
Right.
So was Mr. Sandwani to 2023. He was also trying to send a message across to people in Punjab who have little sympathy.
In fact, let Anmol Panwar respond to that. These allegations which are being made that, there are meetings being held in London even now. Let the Aam Aadmi Party respond to that. Yes, Mr. Panwar, you were raising your hand.
You gave Vasudha, a free hand. I just pointed out two issues. There's much more than this.
Mr. Singh failed to inform your viewers that on March 21, 2024, Mr. Raghav Chadha made a tweet in which he said that other than attending Prime Minister question session at the House of Commons, he did not hold any meeting with anyone. Although few MPs did have pictures with him, but other than that, he did not hold any meeting. So he's misinforming your viewers. And if we go by the same logic, then here's one other, their MP Sangam Lal Gupta. He's with a terror accused in 2018 and 2024, Sanjay Saroj. Now, what did Mr. RP Singh have to say on that? Their BJP wing minority social media head of Jammu Kashmir, Talib Hussain Shah, was taking pictures with their president of BJP, Ravinder Rana, and other National Party officials.
Okay,
now,
Anmol, sir,
what
this
do
is
you have to
mostly
say
about
that?
your photos versus my photos and Panthik politics.
No, please, can I? Vasudha, this is not fair.
Yes, respond to that.
Thank you. You run your debate. I'm not interested in your debate.
Yes, Mr. Singh, respond to that.
No, I'm not interested in your debate. There's no way to run the debate.
You can respond to him. Please.
No. You gave him free hand. I just pointed out I just made 2 points. And then Raghav Chadha is in charge of Punjab affairs. Is he honorable member of the parliament or Rajya Sabha? Mr. Sangwan, Kultar Singh Sangwan is the Honorable Speaker of the Assembly of the Punjab.
Right.
And he's meeting Harjit Singh Bajwa there.
Right.
So it's not, can I complete? So this is not no ordinary people. These are people who are spearheading the complete strategy of running Punjab.
Okay.
Mr. Raghav Chaddha remote controls Punjab. Everyone knows that.
Okay, I'll get Mr. Anmol to respond to that.
Mr.
Mr. Modi, Punjab is, a sensitive border state. Parties' relations with such elements have been talked about even in the past. And this has also had a diplomatic impact on the country. We've seen, this whole issue around Niger playing out. How important is it for center state political parties to look at it very carefully from the diplomatic point of view, sir?
So let me first clear the doubt about allegations regarding photos with X or Y. NIA is a professional organization. We have been investing many cases of terror funding. And in this recommendation, there is a complaint about terror funding to Aam Aadmi Party. And photos may be just incidental, but the main allegation of receiving the funds, that will be investigated by NIA if decided by the government. So I personally feel that these can be just political statements that X was seen with Y and Y was seen with Z. That will not be very material. Material will be the evidence collected by NIA regarding terror funding. So I personally feel that these can be all election propaganda. But in reality, when NIA will investigate this matter, they will come out with whatever evidence, and whosoever is guilty will be found out during investigation. As far as border state is concerned, we all know, I mean, it needs no reiteration that it is a very serious matter, and NIA, I'm sure, would be very careful while doing the investigation, and there will not be any unnecessary leakages regarding the investigation being done by them.
NIA will follow the SOP. It has, but just a quick question. Has there been any precedent of such a charge being brought against a sitting chief minister? Although Mr. Kejriwal, of course, is in jail, but what is the way forward now that the recommendation has gone from the Delhi LG to the Home Secretary?
No, I mean, we all have been saying, I mean, everybody in this discussion has said that it is a very, very serious matter. So, type of allegation coming out against the chief minister is a really very serious thing.
Okay.
And it would have come, confident about the allegation.
Okay, talking about the political fallout of this, RP Singh, how do you see
Allegation
this playing out?
Yes,
Mr. Modi, yes. We got that. Mr. Singh, how do you see this playing out politically, sir? Because Delhi elections, Punjab elections are to happen. Do you see this impacting the popularity of the Aam Aadmi Party, which is in an alliance with the Congress in Delhi, but of course not with the Congress in Punjab? How do you see this in some ways, going in favor of your party in both states, sir?
Well, you are seeing it with perspective or from the prism of the politics or elections. This has nothing to do with elections or politics. This is purely issue of national safety, national security, and it should be seen that way. And then my friend from Aam Aadmi Party said, any Tom, Dick and Harry can go and get a picture. Sir, it's not Tom, Dick and Harry. Mr. Raghav Chaddha, please go to his social media handle. I wish him all the best for his eyesight. We want him to recover fast. But only picture which he has posted with any individual is Preet Kaur Gerwal.
Right.
And so
you are inviting a defamation notice by misinforming the people.
Mr. Anmol, let him complete and then I'll come to you.
So it's not only that, these are not two pictures only. The issue is Sikh for Justice leader, Mr. Pannu, Gurupatwant Singh Pannu, is on record, on a video record, saying that he has funded Aam Aadmi Party for giving relaxation to Khalistani activities in Punjab and in Delhi. Right. And then he has said that if he is not doing so, we will go against him. Okay. So this is already a video on record. So it's not just 1-2 pictures. It's
okay. Let me get a response from Anmol. Anmol, see, at least in 2022, I remember that you were very careful. But in 2017, I remember the party did focus on the Sikh votes. I would also say that you also had people like Mr. Fulka who fought for the Sikh victims. But did the party make this mistake of not, at least filtering some of the contacts that you made with some organizations in the Sikh community, should you have been a little more careful about that? Because, Raghav Chadda, like Mr. Singh says, is in charge of the party, isn't it? At least in Punjab.
Sudha, we have always worked in national interest, and the BJP is rattled, as was in 2015. They labeled Mr. Kejriwal as Naxal. The people of Delhi gave us 67 seats. In 2020, BJP labeled Mr. Kejriwal as terrorist. The people of Delhi gave us 62 seats. In 2022, BJP labeled Mr. Kejriwal as Khalistani. People gave us 92 seats in Punjab. So this time also, the people of Delhi will shower their love, blessing and support to their son, to their brother, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And there's a sense of fear in Bharatiya Janata Party because the kind of inefficient and corrupt governance which their 7 sitting MPs gave to the people of Delhi is bothering them. And that is the reason why they were forced to change 6 out of 7 sitting MPs. And the development model presented by Mr. Kejriwal, in which each and every guarantee mentioned in our manifesto, it materializes in concrete results. So that is the reason why they are rattled.
Right.
I'm sure we have not heard the last word on this big developing story that we've been reporting since early this evening. Mr. Anmol Pawar, RP Singh, YC Modi, thank you so much for joining us on the discussion in the first half of 8 p.m. Bulletin today. And we'll slip into a short break at this point, but coming up on the other side is our big focus on phase 3 elections, Vasudha.
Of course, 93 seats across 11 states to vote tomorrow, Tanima, and that is going to be an interesting battle.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Co-present.
The 18th Lok Sabha elections. As always, NDTV has its ear to the ground.
With the biggest pie of 80 seats, all eyes will be on Uttar Pradesh.
Will the Troika ensure the Modi umbrella unites all?
It is the first election in Naya Kashmir since the scrapping of Article 370.
Will the same number of lotuses bloom in the desert, or can Gehlot lend a helping hand to India?
With BJP having matched here with the only pillar standing of Chhindwara fall.
Can Didi once again withstand the saffron tide? Will BJP stay strong in its northeast bastion? Jhadu ka jadoo or Modi magic? Can Congress gain lost ground in Punjab?
Will Revanth Reddy be able to increase the Congress strength in Telangana this time? And in Andhra Pradesh, will the Juggernaut be able to stop Chandrababu Naidu and Pawan Kalyan?
Can BJP win back its only stronghold in the south? Or will it be a Congress consolidation?
Can BJP make a dent in the Dravidian den?
First gadget that we have for this week's episode is this. The all-new Xiaomi 14 Ultra. I mean, ये जो phone है, this is a flagship device from Xiaomi. Packs a lot. मतलब, if you talk about the in-hand feel, the device is really premium. The camera is made in collaboration with Leica. I mean, जो lenses हैं वो Leica ने बना के दिए हैं, and the entire hardware is really fantastic. The phone feels like a flagship phone. काफी interesting features हैं, things like the latest Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor. We have a nice Quad HD Plus display, 5000 mAh battery, and I mean everything packed in this nice looking package. Let's have a closer look कि आखिर क्या features हैं all together इस Xiaomi 14 Ultra में, and then I'm gonna tell you what do I think. मतलब इस फोन के बारे में मेरे क्या थॉट्स हैं, so that you can make an informed decision of buying or not buying this phone.
Forget ordinary. The Xiaomi 14 Ultra has arrived to redefine smartphone power. Its massive 6.73-inch display doesn't just boast eye-popping resolution, ये blaze through करता है with a 120 Hz refresh rate, making every swipe and scroll buttery smooth. And for those clumsy moments, rest assured the display's toughened protection can handle the occasional bump or drop. Under the hood, the Ultra pack करता है 16 GB of RAM, जो कई लैपटॉप्स के मुकाबले ज्यादा है. और जब इसको बूस्ट की जरूरत हो, इसका 90 watt fast charging and wireless charging have your back, ready to get you back in the game in record time. Cameras की बात करें तो prepared to be amazed. The Xiaomi 14 Ultra wields a quad camera setup that's like having a professional photography studio in your pocket. 450 megapixel cameras, each with unique strengths, deliver stunning shots in any lighting condition, from vibrant landscapes to dramatic portraits. और selfie lovers के लिए the 32 megapixel front camera ensures you look your best every time. Durable, you may ask. You bet. With an IP68 dust and water resistance rating, this phone's ready for your next adventure.
So friends, there you have it. आपने देख लिया है all together. Now you have the entire information about this Xiaomi's latest 14 Ultra on sale right now, retailing at rupees 99,999 rupees. और जो variant है ये है 16 GB RAM और 512 GB storage के साथ में. Now I'm going to give you my honest take about this phone. So guys, the fact is कि phone का जो hardware है वो बहुत अच्छा है, without a doubt. I mean, it is a flagship phone. There are two concerns. Number one is the software. I mean, Xiaomi calls कि इसमें हमको नया Hyper OS मिल रहा है and blah blah blah. But in reality, this exactly feels like a typical MIUI. And the fact is that the animations or the way the icons are or the way you get, all the features in terms of software, phone does not kind of provide you a great premium feel. यहाँ पे phone feels like a cheap phone. जो आपको एक 15,000 के phone में experience मिलता है, kind of a similar experience in this 1 lakh rupees phone. That's point number one. Point number two is this thing right here. I mean, the brand image of Xiaomi, especially in India, is pretty low in the market. I mean, आपको पता है, we have phones from Samsung, we have phones from Apple, we have phones from OnePlus and Google. I mean, these are the brands जहाँ पे people are paying that price to get their phones. OnePlus again इतने time बाद has reached the mark of around 60,000-70,000 rupees. Beyond that, अगर हम बात करते हैं, Samsung and Apple clearly dominate the market. Now, while we have options from Samsung and Apple, why would someone would want to get a phone from Xiaomi at that price? That's point number two. इन दो चीज़ों को अगर हम साइड करते हैं, the phone is really amazing, the cameras are really promising, the entire experience of the hardware is really solid. But what lacks is a good software and the positioning of Xiaomi in the Indian market. तो Xiaomi को लगता है थोड़ा सा और मेहनत करने का अभी
Welcome back. Now, in this section of the show, we are focusing on the big elections, phase 3 of Lok Sabha elections, which is, of course, scheduled tomorrow. But ahead of that, we are talking to some important newsmakers who will be talking about the fact that after phase 3 elections, we are actually through the halfway mark. Where do we stand as far as this elections is concerned? And joining us now is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, MOS for IT and Skill Development, who is also back from his campaign in one of the most high-profile seats of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, so much for your time to join us on the broadcast. So my first question to you. Kerala and Tamil Nadu are done with the elections on their states. 14 seats of Karnataka will be polling tomorrow. Now, while it was largely about the state government's guarantees versus PM Modi's welfare in the second phase, the Prajwal Revanna case dominated the discourse this time around in Karnataka. How much do you think that will impact the state's polling this time?
No, I think it is a lot more than just the failed Congress guarantees. I think, the viewers all around the country and indeed people in Karnataka have seen signs of cash being hauled out of Congress corporators' homes. And so there is a general awareness and narrative that the Congress has managed to convert Karnataka into an ATM. And there is an issue of corruption and there is an issue of their failed guarantees as well. So I think that is pretty clear. I think the Prajwal Revana issue is consistent with what the Congress has done throughout these 2024 elections, which is try and distract away from the fact that they have no idea for the future of India. They have no idea to improve the lives of people. And they either selectively tell lies or half-truths or leak out these types of information to try and distract people from what the core issue in these elections are, which is the future of India, the future of Karnataka.
Right.
The Home Minister of India, Amit Shah ji, has very beautifully summarized this point as the Congress has more to answer. DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah have more to answer about the Revana videotapes because they sat on that evidence of women being exploited and women being harmed for several months when they had it. And why did they not act on it?
Right.
So I think there are several uncomfortable questions that will arise out of this.
Right.
And many tough questions will have to be answered by the Chief Minister and the Home Minister of the state of Karnataka on why they sat on this evidence when there was clearly a crime being committed against women.
Right. Mr. Chandrasekhar, one of the most raging issues this time was also this matter of a doctored video of the Home Minister. At least 5 people from the Congress have been arrested. Several others have been sent notices. Now, the opposition has been saying that this is selective action. You know, is the administration also trying to send out a message against the spread of misleading information?
No, there is nothing selective about this at all, Vasudha. As I said to you, from day one till today, and I suspect till the end of the elections, the Congress's campaign has been about anything but the future of India, on development, on progress. They have resorted to lies, they have resorted to fake information, and most importantly, they have trespassed into blatant criminality by using these deep fakes and these altered videos. Please understand, under the criminal law, under section 505, 465, 469, forgery is a punishable crime up to 3 to 7 years of rigorous imprisonment under the law. And by faking videos and just because it is an election does not give anybody a free pass or an amnesty from the consequences of law.
Right.
So there is certainly, if the Congress, and by the way, this is not the only instance with which the Congress has done these morphed videos or forged images. There are instances in Kerala where they have done it, targeting me, for example. And these are all crimes. There is nothing discretionary about this at all.
Right.
And if there is any case of any fake videos being done by the BJP, the same consequences will apply to whoever is doing it.
Absolutely.
But we have not done it. It is the Congress that is doing it, and therefore the consequences under the law are reaching out to their doorsteps.
Right.
Mr. Chandrasekhar, coming back to the elections, largely the polling in the first 2 phases went down by at least 4% if we compare it to the previous time. Now, do you think that the third phase has the potential to reverse that?
No, look, I'm not I have not analyzed it, and I certainly don't understand why the turnout has been different in different states. There are some cases where turnout has been low. For example, in Kerala, there are certain communities that have not come out in large numbers as they had in 2019. In 2019, there was this fake narrative that somehow Rahul Gandhi was going to become the prime minister. Only he believed it, and some other people who were misled into believing it. They came out in large numbers. They have realized that this time around it is Narendra Modi ji's third term. And so therefore, there may be many reasons in many states. I certainly don't have any insight into it, excepting to hope that I think people see this election as an important election. It is certainly, regardless of the outcome of whether Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji gets another very, very decisive mandate, more than even the 2019 mandate or not. I think I hope that more and more people come out, not because of the end result itself, but because it is their duty and because it is a once in a 5 years obligation for all of them to participate in the celebration of democracy.
Right.
So certainly I hope that the third phase will be a higher turnout phase, and as will be the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for joining us on NDTV and talking about the changing nature of election wars and, of course, doctored videos and expectations from the elections. Moving on, 93 constituencies across 11 states, Tanima, will vote tomorrow in the phase 3 of the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. In the last few days, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP not just stepped up their attack on the Congress and the India bloc allies on dynasty politics, but also on reservation, alleging that the Congress party wants to distribute distribute the reservation pie and also wealth of the poor to the Muslims of the country.
Right, Prime Minister Modi also held a grand roadshow in Ayodhya after doing puja at the newly consecrated Ram temple that the BJP is proudly showcased as one of its biggest achievements. The opposition leaders have of course hit back in equal measure, with Congress MP Rahul Gandhi claiming that the BJP will not cross 150 seats.
Of course, and tomorrow is important because by Tuesday evening, over 280 constituencies would have voted, meaning that more than half of the total seats in the Lok Sabha would have been decided. The stakes, Tanima, are significantly high for the BJP here. If you look at numbers, in 2019, the BJP won 75 of the 93 seats that will go to polls on Tuesday, while the India bloc parties won just about 11. 4 seats went to the Shiv Sena, which was undivided then. 2 were won by independents and 1 was won by Badruddin Ajmal's AIUDF. Now, polling would also end in some states, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka tomorrow, and polling has already ended in Rajasthan, Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
Right, and the debate around reservations voter turnout dipping by at least 4% across and even to 11% in places such as Mathura, and the Prajwal Ravana factor, sitting MP and candidate sex tapes, BJP winning unopposed in Surat and Indore. All of that is going to be in the mix for Tuesday's elections. Of course, several big faces also in the running: Amit Shah, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Dimple Yadav and NCP Supriya Sule, among many others who are in the fray. But at this point, we are also joined by our reporters, as I promised. Anurag Dwari from Bhopal, Pratibha from Bengaluru, Radhika from Sabarmati, Saurabh Gupta from Malda in Bengal and Ratnadeep from Guwahati. Thank all our reporters for joining us on the broadcast today, where we are focusing on phase 3. Starting with Saurabh, who's reporting from Malda. Saurabh, this is one of the sensitive border towns of Bengal. We've seen how, the war of words this time around in Bengal has been extremely fierce between the TMC and the BJP. This is, of course, known as a TMC stronghold, but we've seen the Prime Minister as well as several senior leaders of the BJP making several visits, including to Malda, holding rallies there. So what sense are you picking up from the ground?
Well, one thing that I've heard here in Malda is that the crowds at the Prime Minister's rally was something that everybody seemed to be talking about. There was a huge crowd at the Prime Minister's rally, and that's an indicator that the BJP has increased its support in several parts of Bengal. But this town, and Malda specifically, has been a stronghold of the Congress party. The Congress party, amongst the 2 seats that it still holds in West Bengal, one of them is Malda South. I am in the Malda South seat, where there is a contest between Shahnawaz Ali Rehan of the TMC, a young scholar, PhD scholar at Oxford, who's yet to submit his thesis but has taken up the election duty and as a candidate. Then you also have Shrirupa Mitra Chaudhary, who's known as Nirbhaya Didi, who's been conducting a very colorful campaign. And you also have on the other side Ghani Khan family member and ABA Ghani Khan Chaudhary's nephew Isha Khan Chaudhary on behalf of the Congress. So Murshidabad also is going to polls. Jongipur, former President Pranab Mukherjee's parliamentary seat for 2 terms, is also going to polls. Also you have Malda North, where the BJP already has an MP, Khoghen Murmu. That seat is also going to polls. So 4 seats going to polls, all sensitive seats, lots of central forces deployed. And I can say this with a word of caution, but if these elections and this phase turns out to be peaceful and there is no incident of violence, then one can safely assume that Bengal has had a relatively less incident-free, election and less violent election if tomorrow's election passes off without incidents of violence. So yes, it's a sensitive town, it's a Congress stronghold, Trinamool trying to make inroads, BJP eyeing an opportunity as the Congress and the TMC also aim for votes. So it's a very interesting contest in this phase of the elections.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh, for joining us with those details. Anurag, in 2019, Bhopal witnessed a very feisty contest between Sadhvi Pragya Thakur of the BJP and Digvijay Singh of the Congress party. Pragya Thakur, of course, won by over 3 lakh votes, but she was dropped this time. This time, the fight is between newcomers, which is former Mayor Alok Sharma and, of course, Arun Srivastav. How are the people of Madhya Pradesh looking at this? And of course, a key player tomorrow is Vidisha's Shivraj Chauhan. How is he looking at this election? Because that is also important for him.
Yes, because I was also amazed. His name was not mentioned in your intro. But anyways, I'm just thankful to Saurabh because we're in a much peaceful state, except from Gwalior and Chambal, which is infamous for high temperatures and low voter turnout. So that's a matter of concern for the Election Commission. But as you rightly pointed out, Bhopal, Alok Sharma of the BJP, former mayor of Bhopal, is contesting on a BJP's ticket, and in front of him is Arun Srivastav of the Congress. But apart from Bhopal seat, interesting battle between one Raja, one Maharaja. Raja obviously Digvijay Singh, who is contesting from Rajgarh, and Maharaja of Sindhya is contesting from Guna Shivpuri. Two ex-chief ministers, including Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Digvijay Singh, once again Shivraj Singh Chauhan from Vidisha. So interesting battle. But if you see, as I said, that the Gwalior-Chambal region is infamous for higher temperatures and low voter turnouts, and that's the region basically why BJP is more concerned about, because during the last assembly elections, the contest was almost equal between the Congress and the BJP. But if you come to the central Madhya Pradesh, which consists of Bhopal, Baitul, Rajgarh and Vidisha, BJP is much more comfortable. If you talk about Bundelkhand region, only Sagar will go to polls tomorrow, and the only lone sitting MLA of the Congress from Binaganj, she has joined the BJP. So even in Bundelkhand region, they're quite comfortable. But only Gwalior and Chambal is a matter of concern for the BJP, because in Morena, the scoreline in the recently held assembly elections was 5-3. So let's see what happens tomorrow. But the Election Commission, as well as all the political parties, are expecting now a higher voter turnout, especially in this third phase in Madhya Pradesh.
That's right. Anurag, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Radhika, who's currently in Ahmedabad. Radhika, we've seen, of course, Gujarat, several seats going into polls now. In fact, all the seats except for the fact that Surat is probably already a decided factor this time around. But in terms of the fact that this is BJP's bastion, is there any surprise in store in terms of the mood on the ground there? What do you think?
Certainly, stage set for polls in Gujarat, and as you rightly pointed out, 25 seats going to polls. One, of course, has already been won by BJP. In fact, one seat has gone to BJP's kitty simply because there was no candidate that was opposing that particular seat. Several withdrawing, and one candidate whose nomination was in fact rejected. So that's Surat, which has already been won by the BJP even before the election has started in Gujarat. 25 seats going to polls. Yes, and as you rightly pointed out, this is Prime Minister Modi's home turf. This is Home Minister Amit Shah's home turf. This is, of course, BJP's turf. One can call Gujarat the epicenter, one of the epicenters of Indian politics. This is the home state of Prime Minister of the country as well as Home Minister of the country. Both of them will be casting their votes tomorrow. Of course, Amit Shah is the key candidate this time around. Of course, he will be contesting from a constituency which is Gandhinagar. And of course, there's Mansukh Mandviya also, who's also a key contestant. As far as BJP is concerned, many would say this is a cakewalk for BJP. They were undefeated in the last two elections, be it 2014 or 2019. 26 out of 26 won by BJP. Not a single seat lost. Now, this time, political observers say, it's not the who is winning or who's losing that has to be spoken about, but by what margin, because many a times Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, continuously talking about a 5 lakh margin by which every constituency will be won. That remains to be seen. Now, as far as the opposition is concerned, which is the Congress party, by and large, it is allied with Aam Aadmi Party. Congress will be contesting 24 seats. Aam Aadmi Party will be contesting 2 seats. So they have come together. So there could be some benefit for Congress. The division of votes may not happen the way it happened during assembly elections, and also sort of riding on or relying on the anti-incumbency factor that may set in, voter fatigue that may set in, and also a Kshatriya anger against the BJP. There were protests by Kshatriya community because a BJP leader had in fact spoken against them. So that may work in favor. But as far as Gujarat is concerned, that has always been BJP bastion. Tomorrow, Prime Minister Modi to vote at 7:30 a.m. in Rana, and Amit Shah to vote at about 9:15 a.m. 25 seats to go to polls as far as the state of Gujarat is concerned.
So, interesting battle there. 25 seats of Gujarat to vote tomorrow. And like Radhika says, it is about the scale of victory. But 3 ministers going to also be in the fray tomorrow. Amit Shah, who's the Home Minister, Purushottam Rupala, the Fisheries Minister, and of course the Health Minister, Mansukh Bhai Mandavia. Also, the Prime Minister is going to vote from Gujarat, which is all the more interesting. Pratibha, Karnataka is the most important state for the BJP when it comes to the south of India. Last time it won 25 of the 28 seats. But with the voter turnout dropping in urban areas, at least in the second phase, are the political parties concerned? And how much is the Prajwal Revanna sex case dominating the campaign? What are political parties thinking about tomorrow's polling?
Well, to answer the first part of your question, the voter turnout as far as Karnataka is concerned, we are talking of the remaining 14 constituencies that lie in the North Karnataka belt, and that is the rural section. And interestingly, the rural sections, the voter turnout there is much more when compared to the urban areas there. So not much of a problem there for the different parties as far as the North Karnataka belt is concerned. But when it comes to the face-off, it's mainly between the BJP as well as the Congress. So how much of a factor will the entire controversy revolving around the first family of the JDS would play definitely remains to be seen, because the BJP has distanced itself from the entire scandal. Senior leaders of the JDS as well are talking about not to bring the BJP as well as Prime Minister Modi into the picture as far as this case is concerned. However, it is definitely a make or break election for the Congress, because we are talking about the Congress trying to replicate what it really did with the assembly election here as far as the Lok Sabha election is concerned. While the poll plank during the previous phase of the election was centered around Modi guarantees versus the Congress guarantees, this time the poll plank used by the Congress is definitely the Prajwal Revanna issue that you have mentioned.
Right, I'm very short of time. Sorry to interrupt you there, but let me quickly go across to my colleague Ratnadeep, who's standing by in Guwahati. Ratnadeep, what impact will delimitation have on constituencies such as Dhubri and Barpeta, which are also voting tomorrow? Take us through the impact of that as far as Assam is concerned.
That's right. In fact, the third phase of polls will be the wrap of elections for Lok Sabha in Northeast. All the 14 seats by tomorrow evening in Assam, and all the 25 seats in Northeast would have been completed. And for the BJP, these 25 seats are very important, because the BJP and its allies wants to maximize the number of seats this time in Lok Sabha. Remember, last time they had won 18 out of this 25. Now talking about these 4 seats going to polls, there will be a big test for the BJP allies in Assam, the AGP and the UPPL, particularly in seats like Barpeta, which has seen a shift in demographic pattern because of the delimitation. In fact, now the number of Hindu voters there is more, and therefore most of the political parties have filled in Hindu candidates. In fact, the NDA candidate is the longest serving MLA in Assam Assembly, Fani Bhushan Chaudhary. This time he's taking a plunge in the for the Lok Sabha elections. But also you have Dhubri, which is you have 85% minority votes, and there it will be a test for Maulana Badruddin Ajman, who is holding that seat since 2009. But this time he faces a tough fight from Congress. And not to forget the Guwahati seat, where there is a battle between 2 women. Remember, Guwahati has always for past couple of years elected women candidate.
Really sorry to interrupt you there, Ratnadeep, but I thank all my colleagues for joining us on the show. Anurag, Saurabh, Pratibha, Radhika, Ratnadeep there joining us to discuss about phase 3 elections tomorrow. And also joining us now on the show is DMK MP Kanimori, and also the party's candidate from Thoothukudi. Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to NDTV. You were among the big faces that were in the fray in the first phase of elections. More than 2 weeks are over. How do you see DMK's performance in the final outcome, particularly because voter turnout across the country has dipped?
I definitely think that DMK and the India Alliance in Tamil Nadu will do very well, and it will be a sweep again. And I think the women, percentage of the women voting more in this election is also very. You can see it as a very positive thing for the DMK government. It is like it's time to recognize the work the chief minister has done, especially when it comes to the bus rides without women don't have to pay for their bus rides, and the 1,000 rupees scheme, Kalaignar Magali Urimai Togai, and especially the Pudumai Pen Tittam, where if a girl from an underprivileged family, when she steps into college and if she comes from a government school, then every month she's paid 1,000 rupees till she finishes her degree. So all these schemes are very pro women, and also it is a step in empowering them. So I think women are, feeling that the government is doing a lot for them, and they have come forward to vote in this election in large numbers. And of course, I think the voter turnout is low in many of the states. I think is also because of the unprecedented heat waves which we are facing also.
Ma'am, the debate around reservations has taken center stage in this election discourse, with the BJP saying that the Congress will bring in Muslim quotas and the opposition saying that the BJP will alter the reservation policy. As someone who comes from Tamil Nadu, from a state that has successfully implemented a policy of above 50% reservation, I know the case is still in court, but you have surpassed the ceiling that has been set by the Supreme Court. How do you see this debate around reservations?
It was Tamil Nadu who actually brought in our leaders were the ones who fought for the first amendment to be changed and reservations to be brought in. I think it's just that, the BJP, because it is quite desperate now, that it's trying to, create a fear in the minds of people. And of course, it's their divide and rule policy, which is at work now, which keeps saying that, the Congress and the India Alliance is, to take away rights from everybody and give it away to the minorities. Reservation, I think it is about the larger and oppressed Hindu majority. It is not for the Muslims, which reservations have been fought for. In Tamil Nadu, yes, there is a small percentage of reservation for the Muslims, but on a majority scale, it is for the backwards communities and the Dalits who are also Hindus, a majority of the Hindus, and it is for them that we fought for. So I think the BJP is completely confused about what reservation is. And I think till we can do away with caste system and the hierarchy in caste system is done away with, I think we have to have reservation to protect the people who are oppressed and who are kept out of the larger society. Till society becomes inclusive, truly inclusive, and there is social justice, I think reservation has to continue.
So that was DMK leader Kanimozhi joining us on NDTV, talking about possible election outcomes and, of course, the debate around reservations. Important day tomorrow, 93 seats across 11 states to vote. And it will also show us, Tanima, how enthused the country is about voting.
Right. And with that, it's a wrap from our side. On the other side, Vishnu and Maria coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
I have a right to decide who will run my country for the next 5 years. And for that, I need to vote. So I pledge to vote, and I encourage all my family members, all my colleagues at Hyundai Motor India, and of course, all the citizens of my great country to go ahead and vote. Vote now and vote forever.
I have been casting my vote from the age of 18, and I encourage everyone to cast the vote rightly, judiciously, so that we have democratic excellence in India, leading to the positive outcomes and taking us towards a Sunehra Kal and Amrit Kal, which is the need of the hour.
It's the essence of democracy, and we stand firmly behind it. We are thrilled to join NDTV's pledge.
It's the world's biggest festival of the power of a vote and the power of a citizen.
It is a day we must answer our call to duty as citizens of India.
We get this opportunity to determine how our country will be governed.
It is this constitutional duty through which we can make a difference in our nation's future.
And make India always a better place than it was yesterday.
I certainly plan to vote as long as I'm able to vote.
We are joining NDTV's Pledge to Vote initiative.
Let us make democracy stronger by going out and exercising our franchise. Jai Hind.
प्रत्येक काळात गरज असते एका नव्या आवाजाची, सोबत नवा दृष्टिकोन, तसंच नव्या विचारांची. असा आवाज जो मोठमोठ्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये हरवणार नाही आणि मातीतले मुद्दे मांडायला कधी विसरणार नाही. पत्रकारितेतील हाच नवीन आवाज घेऊन येत आहोत तुमच्यासाठी आम्ही एनडीटीव्ही मराठी. आमचा हा आवाज आरडाओरड करणारा नसेल, तर तिखट प्रश्नांनी कशाला कोरड पाडणारा असेल. हा आवाज तेच सांगेल जे प्रत्यक्षात घडलंय आणि महाराष्ट्राच्या मनात नक्की काय काय दडलंय. या आवाजात निडरपणा आहे, सह्याद्रीचा कडा आहे, मराठी बाणा आहे. पूर्ण पडताळल्यानंतरच सत्य सांगेल हा आवाज, आणि केवळ आजचाच नाही तर भविष्याचाही वेध घेईल हा आवाज. नव्या महाराष्ट्राचा नवा आवाज, NDTV Marathi.
As citizens, we must remember that voting is not only a privilege, but also our duty towards our nation. I, Akash Ori from the DLF Group, pledge to encourage my colleagues, their friends and family to vote for the government they believe in. This is the strength of our democracy.
In the heat and dust of politics, perspective should not get lost. Watch me decipher hard politics through an academic lens, only on NDTV.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening. Welcome to a very special program. 93 seats in 11 states go to polls tomorrow. The third phase of these Lok Sabha elections. After polling in this phase, the bulk of the elections in terms of seats will be behind us.
So in fact, 283
a result
seats.
in about a month or so,
More
and
than
then we can sleep after.
Yes, 283 seats in all. out of these 543-member Lok Sabha will be over after tomorrow's phase. And going by 2019 data, a majority of these seats was won by the BJP. The party, in fact, had won 71 of these 93 seats which polled tomorrow, while the Congress got only 4.
For the Congress to make a mark in these elections, they'll need to make a severe dent in the BJP here in what may turn out to be a make or break moment for the India alliance.
And this phase also has several high-profile contests, including Home Minister Amit Shah, who is contesting for the second time from Gandhinagar. Dimple Yadav, who's Akhilesh Yadav's wife, is contesting from Mainpuri. Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia from Guna, remember he had lost that constituency in 2014 though. And Digvijay Singh from Rajgarh, where he's saying that this is his last battle. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister from Vidisha, and Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar's daughter, fighting from the bastion of Baramati.
But I think what we'll first do, Maria, is take a look of where it's all happening today. So let's first have that map graphics of all of the states and all of the seats where it's all going to be taking place, polling taking place tomorrow. It is across several states in the country this time, 11 states, 93 seats, as you can see. Assam, 4 seats, Bihar, 5 seats. Let's keep changing that. Chhattisgarh, 7. Dadra and Nagar Haveli, 2. Goa, 2 seats. Gujarat, 25 seats. Very important. Karnataka, 14. MP, 9. Maharashtra, 11. Uttar Pradesh, 10. Bengal, 4 important seats. So 93 seats in 11 states. We're just in phase 3. After this, in terms of seats, most of this will be behind us, but not in terms of phases.
Yes, and with this, Vishnu, the elections will be over completely in Gujarat and in several other states, 5 states in all. But as we know that there are 3 states, which is Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Bengal, which poll in 7 phases. Let me bring in my guests now. From the Congress party, we have Jabi Mathur. Dr. Syed Zafar Islam is the spokesperson of the BJP. Sanjay Kumar, professor of CSDS. Amitabh Tiwari here in the studio. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist. Let me begin with you, Sanjay Kumar. In the 3rd phase, and after this 3rd phase, 283 seats would have polled. What is it that you'll be watching out for?
In the 3rd phase, as you have already mentioned, BJP has a lot to defend. 94 Lok Sabha seats goes to poll in the 3rd phase, and BJP has a sitting MP in 73 out of these 94 seats. So BJP has a lot to defend, and this is also, if you go by the phase-wise poll, this is the strongest area of the BJP, because BJP's vote share all over the country in 2019 was 37%, and this is the area which goes to poll tomorrow. BJP's vote share is almost 48%. It's 10%, 12% higher, 10% higher compared to the average vote share. So this is the strongest area which goes to poll for the BJP. BJP has a lot to defend, and if BJP is able to defend, we would not know until 4th of June, but at least you get some sense. If BJP is able to defend, I think BJP would be, I would be looking at BJP's.
In fact, if we were to break that down for the BJP, the party had won 38 seats, Vishnu, with a vote share of 50 to 60%, and in 20 seats it was 60 to 70%, and in 2 seats were over 70%.
Yeah. In fact, we'll come to those graphics in just a moment because what the performance of all the formations and parties were, that's absolutely key to what we're looking at. But let's talk a little bit about voter turnout, what it's been. Yes. Is this a factor at all? Sanjay has a very strong perspective on this. Last time around, he told me, oh, come on, Vishnu, it doesn't necessarily make a difference. But I think there's some interesting data. So let's focus on the data and then go to Amitabh and Sanjay once again. So will a low turnout impact, firstly, the Madhya Pradesh elections? Let's have that up full screen if we can. So you've got the 2019 figures. Let's have that up full screen so that we can look at it or see it carefully. So it's in phase 1 and phase 2, you can see that there has been a decline in phase 2 compared to phase 1 in Madhya Pradesh. And in 2024, you've got it on the right-hand side of the screen. phase 1 in phase 1 6 seats in 2024, 67.8%. Phase 2 was 58.6%, so that's down 9.1%. If you take a look and break that up into males and females, men and women, then it's down 7%. Last time, the change from 2019 is down 7. It was 75.6 for male voters in 2019. That is down to 68.6. So that's down 8.2 from last time. If you take a look at women voters in 2019, it was 74.1 percent, and in 2024, in phase 1, it was 66.9. In phase 2, it was 55.4. So that's down 9.8. So all in all, it's a substantial difference just in Madhya Pradesh from last time around. But will this decrease in voter turnout have a potential impact in polls? We've got another set of graphics which actually tells an interesting story over here. Let's see if we can actually bring that up, because turnout might just be an important or an interesting factor. So will a decrease in voter turnout impact polls? Now, this is 2019 versus 2024. Phase 1 was in the Lok Sabha elections 70% in 2024. Phase 1, 66.1, so that's a change of 3.9. In phase 2, it was a change of 3.4%. So what does this all lead to? Can we bring out the numbers from earlier on in the elections, looking at it from the 70s on to 2024, 1977 to 2019, the impact over here. And so if you look at it, on seven occasions, yes, the incumbent government, there have been changes, right? On 7 occasions.
On 7 occasions, when the voter turnout actually increased, the incumbent government
has changed on 4 occasions. Yes. They've repeated on 3 occasions. The second set, whenever the turnout has decreased, there has been a change on 5 occasions, with a change taking place on 4 occasions and a repeat taking place in 1. So all in all, there is something to be said about an increase in voter sort of availability of voters turning around. Amitabh, would you have any opinions on that?
See, as you are showing on the screen, there's no clear correlation or a strong trend between an increase or a decline in turnout with electoral results. When turnout has increased almost 50% of the times, half, the governments have changed or repeated. When the turnout has declined though, it's a high probability that the government is not repeated. And the 5 times when BJP has come to power from 1996 to 2019, 4 times, again similar numbers as you are showing, 4 times the turnout has increased.
Okay, so, Zafar Islam, how much of that is a concern for the party? Lack of enthusiasm, certainly, in the first 2 phases.
Well, as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, we are not overly concerned about the number. Turnout has come off by 3% or 3.4%. We know exactly the ground realities. We know exactly the ground feedback. We exactly know what is our likely seats in first phase, phase 2. And this is something which has already been stated by our senior leaders, that we have already crossed the triple digit mark. So we are comfortable, and as Sanjay Kumar in his opening remarks was speaking about third phase, given the third phase is like our bastion, this is a very strong BJP support wherever the election is taking place in third phase. Last time we won out of 93, 71 seats. This time we are likely to improve our number, and as he said, Mr. Sanjay Kumar was saying that if it does happen, they can just repeat the performance, which we think that we can improve our performance, last time's performance, then we are going to cross 300 plus. So 300 plus. So we in all probability, we will improve our performance, and we are on track for 370 and 400 plus for NDA.
Right. Sanjay, I just wanted to come across to you. What we were looking at was for this phase. If there are a lower percentage of people coming out to vote. But if you look at the 2019 figures, of 62 seats in which the turnout had declined, the winner changed for 14 seats. So it's a significant number in contrast of the 31 seats that saw higher voting, the incumbent in 9. Now, this could just be a statistical fact. It may not be linked to anything. Again, is there any reason why we should be looking at these numbers more seriously, or should we just look at it as numbers and what it's thrown up?
No, I don't think that we should be just keeping these numbers aside. I think these numbers do give us some ideas, but I think the numbers does not give us an idea to the extent that we have to believe that if the turnout has declined, and out of 5 times if the turnout has declined, 4 times the government has changed, which is to say there is a chance of government getting defeated. But yes, it is an indication. The indication is very clear. Voters are turning out to vote in lesser number, and there is a probability, slightly higher probability, that the BJP voters are not turning out to vote, because I think BJP is getting, BJP is getting the, what you call the, BJP ko ye nuksan ho raha hai ki you created this perception that BJP is winning hands down.
That euphoria.
So
the great degree of complacency, but on the other side it can be argued, and I'll bring that question to J.B. Mathur.
Can I
Yes,
just
please,
make
go ahead.
one statement, one point here?
Yes.
Can I just make one point?
Yes.
See, when the margin of victory in all the cases, when it comes to number of seats we have won in phase 1, phase 2, and see the margin of victory, we have been, most of the cases, like in this case, third phase, you were talking about 50 to 60% votes have been polled in favor of BJP candidate. Even they went beyond 70% as well. So even if slightly, even if you assume for a moment, which we are not concerned, even if that is the concern you are expressing, that lower turnout may impact BJP's number of seats, or it may impact BJP, but it will not, because even if you assume that it has, our voters have not turned up, which is not the truth, still we will not be impacted.
In fact, we've got a graphic to sort of back what you're suggesting.
We know that all our voters have turned up.
Zafar Saab, half a second, I'll let you continue your point. I actually have a graphic which reflects this. If we can bring up graphic 13, last election, the BJP won 71 out of 80 contested seats with a whopping 89% strike rate in these areas. So what the BJP would want to do is ensure that its performance is repeated. Just look at it. I mean, if you look at the BJP, the NDA 78 of that, the BJP won 71, the Congress just 4 last time around. So the BJP cannot afford complacence. I'm sure Zafar Saab would accept that in order to maintain its 89% strike rate. If you look at the 2019 average win margin, right, the NDA was at 21%, the India Alliance at 11%, of that the BJP at 21%, but the Congress dismally low at 4%. And finally, just in terms of, again, the 2019 strike rate figures, in the third phase, the turnout, the third phase, BJP was at 89%, overall at 69%. The Congress, their strike rate was at just 5% and an overall of 12%. So if you look at those numbers, then you know what we can ask the Congress spokesperson, J.B. Mathur, is, in as much as the Congress may be hoping that perhaps a low turnout is something that might benefit the India Alliance, if you look at what JB are up against this time around, I mean, the writing is on the wall. It's going to be very, very challenging for the India Alliance to break through, particularly in this phase. Do you accept that it's daunting?
Vishnu and Maria, first of all, the graphics, the statistics and the data, everything is fine. I mean, you're showing about 2019, that past is surpassed and we agree. But so much has changed. So if we are expecting, or if we are discussing in the lines of, okay, 2019 is such as the case, and if will that be repeated? That will certainly be not repeated. If it is to be repeated, means then there's no point about, discussion at all. The point I wish to make is, this particular phase, the third phase is very crucial, definitely for India Alliance and also for BJP, because the way we look at it is any change or any gain, it is our gain. Particularly, you look at Maharashtra and Karnataka. There's a lot of difference between 2019 and 2024. And also between 2019 and 2024, consider the issues, the people, how the life of people have changed, the miserable, the unemployment, all these issues the people are facing.
While I may agree with you, particularly in the context of Maharashtra,
that's fine.
But look at 25 seats of Gujarat going to polls. Are you really in the contest there? No, right? So there is a significant chunk of these seats are coming from those seats which are those states which are considered to be states where the BJP won almost 100%. Maharashtra, of course, I agree that there is a lot of chaos. We really do not know which way it will go. If anything, BJP appears to be, certainly going down in its numbers there because of the larger sentiment, Zafar, and that will be a matter of concern. But Jabi, let me ask you this question. Yes, the voter percentage has gone down, but the BJP here is a cadre-based party. They have proper, data to back from which booth how many people did not turn up. What about the opposition? Is there a sense that this is an election where the BJP is firmly in the pole position? So there is that, a great degree of disenchantment also among your supporters and voters? That kuch bhi ho, result to pata hi hai.
No, certainly that's not the case. It is a very seriously fought election. And as far as India Alliance and Congress party is concerned, we are very confident about this election that there's going to be a dramatic change all over. And even, I wish to speak about Gujarat also. I agree that, Gujarat, it's a sweeping majority, the trend or the 2019, all that is a fact. We cannot deny that. But even from Gujarat, we are expecting a change in Gujarat as well, because there are infighting in Gujarat. There are issues in Gujarat within BJP also. So what we are saying, the issues of national issues or national concern of the people, of what that matters is there in Gujarat also. So whatever, again I wish to make a point, whatever we gain is a gain. Vishnu and Maria, I wish to reiterate that whatever we are gaining is a gain. And that gain, if you look at first phase, second phase, second phase with Kerala, Tamil Nadu and all that, it's a sweeping for India Alliance.
All right, so you feel that these changes are adding up for the India Alliance. I take that. But just on the point,
also one more thing.
Jamie, half a sec. Let me structure it a bit.
Voter turnout is because of the lack of enthusiasm among BJP.
I wanted to just bring up the graphic on Gujarat, if we can, for a moment, because that just puts a little bit of structure to what we are talking about. Can the BJP repeat a clean sweep? If you look at what happened last time around, this was the number of seats being contested 25, the Congress is contesting 23, the Aam Aadmi Party is contesting 2, so that's how it's stacked up in terms of the alliances this time around. But let's take a look at the performance of the various parties last time around. So let's just change that graphic to what happened last time around. So can the BJP repeat a clean sweep? If you look at the 2009, 2014 and 2019 results. If you look at 2019, extreme right of your screen, just look at the Congress. The Congress was at 0. The BJP all 26. So Jebi, in as much as you say that anything that you gain over here is, would help the India Alliance, it's not just 2019 when the Congress registered 0. In 2014, you registered 0 as well. In fact, your voter percentage in 2014 and 2019 at 33 and 32% was almost identical. Again, this is an area where the NDA, the BJP particularly, would be looking for a complete sweep.
And so that brings us to that point, to Zafar Islam. Zafar Islam, there is a certain degree of unease among the Kshatriya Rajput community after Union Minister Purushottam Rupala's comment. In fact, as many as 65% Rajputs had voted for the BJP in 2019. How much of that is a matter of concern this time around? Particularly after that statement.
Well, that issue, I will not deny the fact that there was a small issue which has been resolved, and there is absolutely no outstanding issues which exist in as far as Kshatriya community is concerned in Gujarat. Having said that, I heard Vishnu saying that whether BJP is complacent. Say there is absolutely no headroom for us to be complacent. We know exactly that, and if anybody knows that Bharatiya Janata Party put all our resources to work. We fight every election with sincerity, with all our might. So there is absolutely no headroom for complacency, and we know exactly that even whether it's Gujarat, 26 seats of Gujarat, or for that matter, all the 11 states where the election is taking place in third phase, we have put all our resources to work. Every single Karyakarta is on their toes, because BJP is one exceptional party, whether it's a assembly election, whether it's
but Zafar, you haven't really answered my question.
Smaller election.
Is that discontent
or
among
it's a
the
general election, we
Rajputs
fight
actually ensuring mobilization of that calm, which is Kshatriya, Harijan, Adivasi, Muslim vote bank towards the Congress?
Not at all. As I said, that this is just a perception which is being created. The reality is very different. The ground reality, which we get feedback from our Karyakarta, Panna Pramukh, and that is something which no other political party can claim, to have this kind of a setup where every single piece of information, household is connected by our Karyakarta or Panna Pramukh, and those feedback, after filtering it, it reaches to our senior leadership, and accordingly all the strategies are designed and structured, so that there is absolutely no concern as far as the Kshatriya community is concerned, because they have always been part of us. We have always respected them. We will continue to ensure that their interest is safeguarded.
Okay, I get that. You are confident that that will not be a factor. I'm just quickly moving on to other states. We've got a lot to cover because it's a huge phase this time around. So Karnataka. So let's take a look at the next set of graphics. And I think the big question, of course, in light of what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, will the Ravanna sex abuse allegations impact the BJP-JDS alliance? Phase 3, both the Congress and the BJP are contesting in 14 seats apiece. Let's take a look at what happened over here. Last time around, the Lok Sabha results in phase 3, 14 seats last time around. We're starting, in fact, from 2009, because it's actually a useful point to go through these. The key point is the JDS is the party which is in a lot of trouble. Obviously, the BJP, on account of being alliance partner, finds itself being questioned, but the JDS has done terribly in phase 3 in all the last 3 elections over here. 0 in 2009, 0 in 2014, 0 in 2019. The Congress also abysmal. It is in a sense the BJP's phase in Karnataka to lose. But the question, Nija, therefore is, how serious are these allegations of sexual abuse in terms of what it could impact voters over here?
Yes, and because just to add to what Vishnu was saying, these 14 seats, Nirja, are in northern and central Karnataka. So they have this narrative particularly to the effect of Lingayat voters. Will there be some shift because of the sex scandal?
I think, the Ravanna controversy, Prajwal sex scam, has stunned people all over Karnataka. There's no doubt about that. Of course, it will damage the Janata Dal S. It's a huge setback for them. I mean, it is happening in the fortress and fiefdom of they've got a family, all that's there. But will it have an impact on the BJP seats? The BJP has tried to distance itself away from this. And therefore, that really remains to be seen. And the areas where the voting is taking place are not the Janata Dal S areas. Janata Dal S is more strong in the south, where they have a grip over the situation. These are areas where Yedurappa and his team hold sway. And Yedurappa, as we know, has been given a free hand this time in the distribution of tickets. So let's see how much of an impact seat-wise this scam has. It is being watched very carefully. But for the BJP to overall match its 2019 performance or to better it is a tall order, because it had got 25 out of 28 seats last time. And
Right.
today you have a Congress government in the saddle, and an effective Congress government vis-a-vis thinking politically. Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar are political entities who are planning, moving steps ahead of their opponents also. So
Right.
they are the team to contend with. So let's see how Karnataka is a very fascinating state
It
at
is
the moment,
indeed.
as is Maharashtra.
Sanjay, if we look at this graphic on the consolidation of the Lingayat vote, which is what the BJP would want to do, in terms of securing the Lingayat vote, it had come down fairly sharply in 2023 as opposed to 2019, last time around when elections took place over here.
Assembly
Obviously at
versus
the
the
assembly
Lok Sabha.
elections versus the Lok Sabha elections. Is that again an area of concern for the BJP, that in the recent Vidhan Sabha elections, that consolidation appeared to have come down of the Lingayat votes?
It should be a matter of concern for BJP, but also one should not forget that BJP has always got more votes among various caste communities in the Lok Sabha election if you compare it with the Vidhan Sabha election. State by state, if you look at the vote share of BJP in a Vidhan Sabha election, in the Lok Sabha election, you see a difference. In Vidhan Sabha election, BJP gets less vote, and in the Lok Sabha election, they get more votes. And that is the reason why in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the Lingayat vote is far more polarized in favor of BJP compared to the Vidhan Sabha election. This applies to, for an example, if you take the Yadav vote in Bihar or in UP, if you compare with the assembly elections of UP and Bihar compared to the Lok Sabha election, you will find more or less the similar trend. Not at this scale, but the similar trend. But yes, you're right. It should be a matter of concern for BJP, because this polarized Lingayat vote in favor of BJP in 2019 is only and only because of Modi being a factor. So in the long run, BJP has a worry.
Sure.
Because Modi is the only vote puller, and he is able to, consolidate the vote.
Jagdish Shettar is back in the fold, Amitabh. Let's take that thought a little ahead. And B.S. Yedurappa's son is actually the state unit president. So the BJP has reasons to think that the Lingayats would look at Lok Sabha elections differently in comparison to assembly elections.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main reasons for the decline in Lingayat support was that Yedurappa was removed as chief minister and replaced by Bommai. So he has a fan base in north of Karnataka and in fact across the state. And now with Vijayendra back as state president of the BJP, I think BJP should hope that they have been able to negate the anger which the community had towards the party in the 2023 Vidhan Sabha elections. So here I think the women factor plays a big role, because the sex tape allegations are related to women factor. And Siddaramaiah government has made decent inroads amongst the women because of the implementation of guarantee. So that could be one of the factors to watch out keenly in northern Karnataka. And JDS still has 7-8% vote share.
Yes.
In this. It has 5 MLAs out of 19 from north and central Karnataka.
7% here.
Yeah.
In fact, we're talking about the women voters. We've got a graphic on the higher women turnout in 2024 in the previous phases. So let's have that up on the screen. The higher turnout of women in Karnataka this time around, in phase 2 and phase 3. On the left-hand side, it's 2019. Right-hand side is this time around. Obviously, the column on the extreme right, we don't know as yet. That's going to be voting tomorrow. But compare phase 3 at 68.7% or 68.7%, 2019. That in phase 2, extreme left, 69%. In phase 2 in 14 seats, that went up to 69.6% in terms of overall turnout. But go right down where it says female. Phase 2 in 14 seats, it was in 2019 at 68.5%. In phase 3, that went down slightly to 66.7%. But in phase 2 in 2019, but in 2024, it's gone, the woman voter at 69.7% is higher than the male voter in phase 2 in Karnataka at 69.5%. Sanjay Kumar, the active participation, or the relatively active participation of women this time around, that in phase 2 in Karnataka, this time around, they have voted more than men. What does that indicate?
Yes, if you go by the figure, they have voted slightly more compared to men. But I don't think that the difference is so much that we start reading into what may be the implication. These are minor differences. If the gap was say about 5 or 6%, then I think it needed a more careful analysis. It needed a more careful looking at the data. But I think these are minor shifts. It always takes place from one election to another election. I won't be looking at or paying too much of attention on this data.
All right. We have psephologist and economist Surjit Bhalla also joining us on this special broadcast. Dr. Bhalla, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. First 2 phases, what's your assessment, particularly as we build up to the 3rd phase, which is tomorrow, on the voter percentage going down? What's your reading into it?
Yeah, no, I've been following what the experts have been saying. And, all of them, I think, broadly agree that analysis of turnout is not the simplest thing in the world. So that's the first point I want to make. It's a very, very controversial, and you can get various different results depending on how you choose the time period when the turnout changed. The second, and I think a strong result over time, and which also fits into heuristic analysis, is that if a challenger has to succeed, then almost a necessary condition for the challenger to succeed is that the turnout goes up, increases. That shows there's a lot, that is going to be a lot closer election than the previous one. So I think, and looking at the data for the first 2 phases, whether you look at men, whether you look at women, and whether you look at the total, is basically about 3 percentage points down from what it was last time. So I think I find it very difficult to read too much into the turnout of the first 2 phases, other than to say that it does not look like a very, very competitive election. On the other hand, now looking at tomorrow's, what happens, and both the NDA and India have large leads, as you have shown, or large margins from the previous election. So I think the most interesting aspect of tomorrow's election is going to be how the Congress constituencies fare in terms of turnout. And this will be a leading indicator of how well the Congress is doing. Remember, you showed that the margins of NDA and INDA in general were quite large, and therefore both of them can suffer some drawdown in their turnout. But the Congress, with only a 4% margin, so I'd be very keenly watching. I haven't sort of followed turnout so much in the first 2 phases, but in this one, I think how Congress fares is going to be quite an interesting result.
All right, so just be with us as we roll out our next set of graphics, and we'll get to Maharashtra and pick your brains on that. Out of 11 seats up for election, 7 are located in western Maharashtra, 2 each in Marathwada and in the Konkan region. On the Baramati seat, the contest is between the NCP and the NCP Sharad Pawar, making it a test to determine what is, in the minds of people at least, the real NCP. The Maharashtra Pawar play, it's Pawar versus Pawar. Both the India Alliance and the NDA contesting 11. And of course, you've got the various factions, the NCP and the NCP loyal to Sharad Pawar. You've got the Shiv Sena and the Shiv Sena loyal to Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray as well. So it is in a sense a battle for identity. Let's move on to the next set of graphics in Maharashtra. And if we take a look at that, the phase 3 results, the total number of seats 11 in 2019. The BJP had done well over here. The BJP and the Shiv Sena had won 4 seats apiece, had won 8. The Congress and the NCP at that stage together had won 3, of which the NCP had won all 3. So this was an area where, this time around, the opposition is quite clearly devastated because their old alliances have been altered substantially. One more statistic over here on Marathas and the OBC vote over here. Where will it go this time? Who voted for whom? Let's take a look at what this was. The Maratha and OBC votes 2019, what it was. So there you have it. It's a breakup of the BJP and the Shiv Sena dominant among upper castes. Let's go back to the previous page if we can for a moment. Go through that as well.
Yes.
The Marathas, 59% were with the BJP. OBCs, the BJP again strong, but among others, it's the Congress and the NCP stronger among SCs, or near about as close to SCs over there. Let's go to the next page. STs, I beg your pardon, and the Muslim community is where the Congress and the NCP were large. So, Sujit Bhalla, if you look at the state of alliances in Maharashtra last time to this time around, it's almost as if it's a brand new election with brand new players.
And very chaotic.
Looking at these numbers, I guess, and that's what you have been showing earlier, that this does look like NDA's day tomorrow. And therefore, I thought that the Congress was vulnerable in terms of the turnout and that one could read something. But if the margins are that large, then I'm not so sure the turnout for the Congress would also make much difference. So I think, and on the other hand, so that we all keenly follow what happens, is the change between the NDA and INDIA that might provide us useful insights as to what is happening in the election. So I think, all things considered, tomorrow's election does seem to provide, Maharashtra is one of the most interesting states in this election, with this three-way fight and a close, it'll decide the future of many politicians and perhaps political parties as well.
Would you also say, Dr. Bhalla, that there were certain mistakes made in this alliance? Because, if you are in Baramati and I was in Nashik and that entire belt, you do sense that sympathy for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, that BJP perhaps went overboard in breaking parties is the larger sense. So how crucial is Maharashtra going to be? Because last time around, BJP won 23 of the 25 seats it's contested. And of course, the entire alliance with the Shiv Sena, it was a clean sweep for them.
Yeah. We saw what happened from the previous election in the assembly election, when suddenly things changed because the Shiv Sena then aligned with the NCP, or the old Shiv Sena. I don't know what one calls it. So, I still get the feeling that exactly given the numbers, I'm not so sure. As I said, only a deviation from the last seat share, and there's no reason to think there won't be a deviation. But I think it'll be very, very interesting to look at the deviations from 2019 and then infer both about Maharashtra in general and what's happening in the rest of the country. So in that sense, given that it's an even battle, even in terms of the margins have been quite large for both the camps, that I think tomorrow evening I'll be watching you guys and see how you're interpreting both the turnout and any information that you get from the various constituencies. So,
Yes.
no, I think we're at the halfway stage, and it is getting, I guess, we are almost like the semi-final stage, or maybe in a T20, about the 10 over stage. So,
Little over the 10 over stage at this stage in terms of remaining
so
seats.
we're not in the last 3 overs.
No, not
where
yet.
anything can happen.
Not yet. It's
So this is
a very
where-
long process.
Yeah.
Some would suggest it feels like a test match at this stage because it's a pretty hot summer. We'll take a short break at this stage. We've got two more states to look at, Bengal and Uttar Pradesh as well.
And
We'll
Madhya
bring up some data. That's right, and MP as well. That's coming up in just a few moments. Do stay with us.
Co-present. दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र का वो चुनाव जो देश और दुनिया को बदलने की ताकत रखता है। सरकार बनाएंगे करीब 100 करोड़ लोग, जिससे तय होंगे पीएम, पॉलिसी और फ्यूचर। इस सबसे बड़े चुनाव की बड़ी बातों को डिकोड करने के लिए मेरे साथ होंगे देश के जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स। देश के चुनिंदा शहरों से एनडीटीवी की सबसे बड़ी पेशकश बैटल ग्राउंड देखिए मेरे साथ सिर्फ एनडीटीवी पर, क्योंकि चुनाव मतलब एनडीटीवी।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Elections क्या हैं?
Election is basically a reality TV show जिससे बिग बॉस चुना जाता है. The biggest festival of democracy.
मेला है मेला.
हमारी आवाज.
Youth की आवाज. They make hashtags become a voting trend. They communicate their political views with memes. They turn their real ideas into reels. Youth makes elections a lot more fun, and we have just the right election shows for them. As India goes for its 18th general elections, join me, Arun Singh, for 18 Ka Vote only on NDTV. First-time voters, share your hopes and expectations from the leaders in the form of a video message. We'll feature select videos on NDTV.
36 lakh farmer families affiliated with Amul across 18,600 villages of Gujarat have pledged to vote with their families during these elections. I would also urge you to take this pledge and vote as a part of the democratic process of our country.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
The 2024 Lok Sabha polls are crucial for the future of this country. Having covered elections for 35 years, I hope to cut through the cacophony of a long, hot summer campaign and help to understand and decode the issues, the challenges, and finally, the outcome.
As citizens of this great nation, we have the power to shape its future. And one of the most crucial ways we can do that is by casting our vote. It's not just a right for every citizen, it's a responsibility. A responsibility to ourselves, to our communities, and to our country. So, I urge all of you to exercise your right to vote. I always ensure that I fulfill this duty to our country.
Welcome back. We've been quickly going from state to state. Very, very important elections happening tomorrow. Phase 3 votes. But let's focus on Uttar Pradesh now. Compare or bring you an idea of what happened in 2019 in the Lok Sabha results over there. 10 seats in Uttar Pradesh went to elections in Phase 3. The BJP had 51.7% of the votes and 8 seats is what they won. The Congress 0 seats over here and just 4.1% of the votes. The BSP and the SP last time around, remember, they were in an alliance. That's not there now. But they won 2 seats with 41% of the votes. It was all the Samajwadi Party with 2 seats when you look at the number of seats that they won. So that was last time around. But the fact, Maria, that the SP and the BSP aren't together this time,
yes,
that's changed this arithmetic quite substantially.
Yes, absolutely. And Nija, you know, the myths of strongholds have been broken in many ways. Across India, I would say, not just in Uttar Pradesh, there are few pockets which are still seen as strongholds or you know, these bastions. So in this election, particularly that's happening tomorrow, Mainpuri, for example, is a stronghold. But Kannauj, again, it's not a stronghold.
That's right. You know, but there are the VIP seats that are going to polls tomorrow are many of them.
Yes.
If you look at Vidisha, Shivraj Chauhan,
yes,
you look at Guna, Jyotiraditya Scindia, you look at Rajgarh, Digvijay Singh, all very tall, seasoned leaders are going to face the electorate tomorrow. Again, very interesting what happens to them. And Mainpuri, Dimple, yes, you're right, a very strong seat. Kannauj, not so strong. Absolutely. So Samajwadi Party also is being watched with great care, particularly in this phase that's going to the polls tomorrow, because the BJP had done extremely well last time.
Yes, and would you say that the Jatavs are an important factor here, because the Jatavs were part of that Mahagathbandhan that the SP and BSP formed in 2019. Now the Jatavs may not look at Samajwadi Party as favorably as they did last time around because of the alliance.
And Mayawati is also fielded, you know, the candidates of in the first phase, for instance, she fielded mostly candidates from communities, smaller communities, Prajapati, Saini, Tyagi, who would cut into the BJP's vote. But in subsequent elections, she's done the opposite, which were candidates that will cut into the Samajwadi Party vote. I also met, you know, in UP, Mayawati's supporters, the smaller communities, as also Dalits, who said that if Mayawati feels a Muslim, we will then turn to the BJP. So the Hinduization of these communities has also taken place in the last decade or so.
Yes, and the larger question is, where is Mayawati? I mean, the most important factor in Indian politics till 2019 is completely missing in action. And is there some reason why the BJP has reasons to cheer? Because, you know, in the absence of an alliance, which actually numerically did cause some harm to the BJP, reducing their numbers of 2014 from 71 to 62. Zafar Islam, you have reasons to cheer that, you know, there's no alliance of that nature and Congress really isn't a formidable force, even if it's in alliance with the Samajwadi Party in these elections in UP.
Well, in Uttar Pradesh, we have an extremely strong base. No matter whether they align with each other, they fight away from each other, we are not overly concerned about it, because we exactly know that in Uttar Pradesh today, everybody wants to vote for Modi. And he is the most admired leader. Last time, yes, they came together, maybe it has helped them, but this time they are fighting with each other. It will only benefit us. And it is for them to decide why they are fighting separately, or whether Mayawati's support does go to Samajwadi Party candidate, but Samajwadi Party candidates cannot somehow push their vote bank to support Mayawati's candidate. So this has not worked for them, but as far as Bharatiya Janata Party, we have a strong base. Whether they fight together, whether they fight separately, our vote bank is very safe and secure, and we will win all the seats this time, 78 seats out of 86.
Essentially on Mayawati, or absence of her.
No, see, that has been her style of politics, and she does not campaign a lot. Though
no, but she has hardly, she's not even seen this time
visible,
around.
yeah. So you mentioned an important point on the SC votes. So 70% Muslim, Yadav and SC votes voted for Mahagathbandhan in 2019.
Yes.
Right.
So this 70% SC vote now could go back to Mayawati, and that is what could hamper the SP and Congress alliance chances here.
Okay.
However, she has been branded as a B team of BJP, and that has somehow chipkaw on her. So that is also a factor now, which she has to factor in while announcing candidates, and her party faces a crisis.
And she's constantly changing candidates also, which is sending a message that is there some other backroom understanding which is going on here.
Shall we turn our attention briefly to Bengal? There are 4 very important seats in Bengal: Malda Uttar, Malda Dokhin, Jangipur and Murshidabad. So very important, because it's the Malda region. It's got a high minority population. It's been a traditional Congress stronghold in the past, though the party won only the Malda Dokhin seat in 2019. There's been a split of votes between the Congress and the Trinamool, and the BJP ended up getting the Malda Uttar seat. I'm joined now by Subhash Sarkar, senior BJP leader. Thanks very much for being with us. One of the pressing issues this time around in Bengal has been the issue of Sandesh Khali. Now, the latest in that, sir, is that the Trinamool has released a sting video showing a Sandesh Khali BJP functionary apparently admitting that many of the charges, including rape in the area, were levelled following instructions from seniors of your party. How would you respond?
Trinamool is always, it mimics their all things, always they put their ideas on the opponents in a very bad ways. And they put always and try to defame everyone. And always they defend their persons. Even the chief minister, she tried to defend Shah Jahan. It is their criteria, it is their practice. They were always practicing in this way. They defend the gundas, they defend the criminals, and always they try to hide the truth. And for that, they make any kind of scenario. It is their practice.
All right, so well, thanks very much for being with us. We'll be focusing a lot more closely on Bengal tomorrow. That's when the voting takes place. Absolutely critical elections tomorrow. The third phase, 93 seats are up for grabs in 11 states. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. I'd like to thank our panelists this evening. It's going to be an important election tomorrow. Voter turnout, what's going to happen? Lots more to talk. Good night.
And our special broadcast actually begins at 7 a.m. tomorrow, so do join us. Thank you.